Arlington County Board is in session. Welcome everybody to the recessed meeting, December 15, 2020, our last meeting of the year, regular meeting, and we are going to get started with some recognitions and proclamations. I'll start out saying we're all here except for we've got Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, and Mr. DiFranti. Ms. Crystal is still on medical leave after surgery to treat an autoimmune disease called Graves. She is doing great, and we know she's really looking forward to returning to the board with renewed energy after her recovery, which is coming along nicely. So we miss her today, and we'll look forward to having her back. So to begin, we've got a number of recognitions and proclamations like we usually do, although these particularly feel different when we do them virtually. But I will start out turning it over to Mr. Dorsey to do a proclamation for World AIDS Day. Christian?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we do this annually, and it's always an important reminder to our community about the progress that we have made, not only as a world, but as a county in combating the effects of AIDS on affected persons. So I will read this resolution, not every recital, but just a few of the pertinent ones. Whereas every year on December 1st, the world commemorates World AIDS Day, and people across the world unite to show support for people living with and affected by HIV, and to remember those who have lost their lives to AIDS. Whereas AIDS and HIV continue to be a priority health concern in the United States, with World AIDS Day serving as a reminder of the approximately 1.2 million people in the United States living with HIV. And whereas in Arlington, 1,283 people are currently living with HIV/AIDS, a slight increase from the previous year. And over 1,100 people have died from HIV/AIDS since 1982. And whereas in 2020, the world's attention has been focused on the COVID-19 pandemic and how health is interlinked with other critical issues such as inequality, human rights, social protections, and economic growth. With this in mind, this year, the theme of World AIDS Day is global solidarity and shared responsibility. And whereas COVID has demonstrated that during a pandemic, no one is safe until everyone is safe, that leaving people behind is not an option if we are to succeed, and that eliminating the stigma and discrimination are key to ending the colliding pandemics of HIV and COVID-19. And whereas Arlington County has much to be proud of with respect to health, including leadership in adopting an equity resolution and appointing a chief equity officer, there are still inequities in health in Arlington, including those revealed through the pandemics of HIV/AIDS and COVID-19. Now, therefore, on December 21st, Libby Garvey, chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim December 1st as a World AIDS Day in Arlington, and pledges that the county will continue its response to HIV/AIDS, call on Arlingtonians to get tested for HIV, to use protection, and to encourage friends and loved ones to get tested too, and demonstrate compassion for those who are infected with HIV and AIDS.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I realize that you have to be a certain age to remember when AIDS first started and what a terrifying disease it was and how there was no cure for it. And this is really a major step. I think for younger people, it's always been like we've kind of got a way to handle it. It's not such a big deal, but it really, really was to start with, and we really made some great accomplishments. It's great to recognize that. And one day we're going to be recognizing what happened with this particular pandemic we're in now, but we're in the middle of it. So thank you. Next thing I've got is a recognition for one of our wonderful long-term residents. And volunteers, an amazing person. And I've got a lot to say. He's joining us. He and his wife, Sheila, are watching, I believe. I'm talking about Jim Mack. And because he's such a great sort of example of Arlingtonians that we've got and what a wonderful resource, I'm going to talk a lot about Jim, if that's all right, and you'll indulge me a little bit. So for those, we're recognizing him today mostly for the Arlington Community Services Board service. And he was on that board from 2007 to 2020. And for folks who don't know, the CSB plays a really significant role in the determination and oversight of mental health developmental disabilities and substance abuse services, substance use services. The CSB also is a really powerful advocacy voice, and they have to be. I realized soon after I got on the board and joined how much this particular board and commission speaks for those who are often overlooked and don't have a voice. And that's part of the reason I've really always so valued their budget recommendations. Many interest groups can advocate well for themselves, but those suffering from mental health issues, developmental disabilities, and/or substance abuse, and a lot of times these all kind of go together, really do not easily engage in advocacy, and they depend on others to advocate for them. So in his long tenure, Jim has chaired the Substance Use Disorder Committee and chaired the full CSB, which he was doing when I first came to know him well back in 2012. His reasoned, fact-supported, and strong advocacy is so valuable, and I think it has helped how much Jim really understands government. And I can explain that because prior to joining the CSB, Jim had a long and distinguished professional career. He served with the Peace Corps. I always have a soft spot in my heart for Peace Corps volunteers, and rose to the rank of ambassador in the Foreign Service. When he joined the CSB, he was the executive secretary of the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission of the OAS, which I believe is the Organization of American States. Jim is a fluent Spanish speaker. He came to the CSB with really good knowledge about drug courts and understood their potential benefits for the diversion and recovery of those having trouble with substance use and abuse. And you can probably see where I'm heading with this. Jim began immediately to advocate for a drug court here in Arlington. And he spent a lot of time and effort educating stakeholders in the community and the criminal justice system in his thoughtful and professional manner. Unfortunately, the Commonwealth's attorney at that time was very resistant to the idea of a drug court concept. And it was only after his retirement in 2012 that the drug court concept gained traction. But of course, Jim was preparing doing a lot of good groundwork. At that point, with the political support from Delegate Patrick Hope, the criminal justice system became much more receptive to the drug court model. And it all paid off when the drug court was established in 2013. So he's had about a 6-year political advocacy campaign, and all of Arlington is better off for his persistence. Jim was chair of the full CSB from 2012 to 2016, serving longer than any other recent chair, and he worked with 3 different executive directors. Under his tenure as chair, CSB was ultimately successful in advocacy on several fronts besides drug court. There were several peer counseling positions have been established, and the young adult mental health program was initiated. 2 new group homes for people with developmental disabilities were established in Arlington, and Jim helped make improving the services offered by the mental health unit at Virginia Hospital Center a county priority. During his 4 years as chair, Jim was tireless, I can vouch for that, in his representation of the CSB at regular meetings, county meetings, state hearings, community events, traveling to Fredericksburg and Richmond. He traveled back and forth from his summer vacation home in Vermont to be present for CSB meetings. And I must say, when I read that, I was thinking, oh yeah, in 2020, you might not have to go back and forth and back and forth. You could do it virtually. But at that time, it was actually physically going back and forth. He was also known for the great food he brought to CSB receptions, which of course can't do that virtually. So Jim may have stepped down from CSB and a distinguished civil service career, but he's not done. Jim currently volunteers as a Spanish interpreter at the Arlington Free Clinic. Kate and Nato of the Free Clinic reports that Jim cares deeply about his community and our patients. He volunteers 3 to 4 times a month, interpreting for physicians, nurses, and medical assistants. He's also the first to respond to last-minute requests for help in a pinch. His calm and steady demeanor makes him a great interpreter, and he always puts our patients at ease in what are sometimes anxiety-filled appointments. We're grateful for Jim and his time spent helping support our mission, as we are here on the Arlington County Board for all the other missions he's been supporting. So I want to also express thanks to Jim's wife, Sheila. She makes his volunteer service efforts possible, and she has, with support and assistance, she covers for him at home, and then she has her own community volunteer efforts that she does with groups such as NAMI. So Jim and Sheila, I think you are watching at home. You are a power couple. And thank you so much. We really wish you a happy and fulfilling retirement from the CSB. and look forward to your continued involvement in making Arlington a better place for everyone, especially those who most need our support. So thank you very, very much. A real, not a virtual, certificate and letter of appreciation will be coming to you soon, but I can't hand that through the camera. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing what all you're going to get involved in next. And that brings me to another recognition. And I really feel we're part of a national movement here. The presidential election here went off without a hitch. 2020 was a presidential election year like no other. And I want to recognize Gretchen Reinemeyer and the Registrar's Office and all of her staff and everybody who took part in this. And I do have a lot to say here, but it's kind of cool as far as I'm concerned, and very, I find, inspiring. So in the past, you know, we've kind of taken for granted that elections are going to just go on without much muss or fuss or drama. And I don't, with at least the administrative part of it. But I don't think anybody's taking our election process for granted anymore. I want to take some time to talk about what happened here. So as we all know, everyone, voters, election officials, voter registration staff, and a record-breaking number of volunteers, as well as voters, had to contend with a pandemic and an election that was under intense scrutiny. I will note they also managed an unexpected special election for county board in the middle of the preparations for November. Takis Karantonis, here's looking at you. That was quite a time, too. Our voter registration staff, led by our general registrar, Gretchen Reinemeyer, and our many, many volunteers and some Arlington voters, all rose to the occasion and then some. We set a record for turnout in Arlington, beating the previous record set in 2016 by 9,000 votes. So our voter registration staff got out 49,000 mail-in ballots less than a week after receiving them. And they did it by taking over 3 floors of the Ellen Bosman Government Center for 2 days. I think the pandemic came in a little handy there. We've got a few photographs. This is my favorite because it gives a little sense of how almost overwhelming this task was. And this was an interdepartmental team effort involving the county's print shop, the facilities team, Arlington Public Schools, our Department of Parks and Rec, who provided polling places, our emergency management team, communications, and more. The number of Arlingtonians who applied to volunteer as poll workers tripled from the last presidential election. Normally, we see hundreds of applications. Never have we seen 2,500 before. We were able to fully staff all the polls and even had to turn volunteers away. Those of you, please come back next time. We're going to need you in the future. And by providing 9 24-hour supervised drop boxes for mail-in voting and satellite sites for early in-person voting. Yeah, go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. We made it possible for huge numbers of Arlington voters to vote early and safely. We kept voters safe and poll workers safe. Total turnout was 131,079 voters. But on election day, just 22,690 voted. We set another record for the lowest day of voting on election day in our history. People who pre-voted were able to do so safely and for the most part quickly. Most waits were no more than 10 to 15 minutes. None were reported over 45 minutes, and there were no significant wait times at all reported on election day. A few statistics. 46% of our voters voted in person during early voting, I think we can go to the next slide. 37% voted by mail. Only 17% voted on election day itself. 12,216 ballots were returned using a drop box. I was one of those. Nearly 11,000 voters who had requested mail-in ballots and then decided to vote in person took advantage of the several options offered to do so. So we allowed people to change their minds on how they wanted to vote, and that went well. A total of 782 election officers worked on election day, along with 70 high school pages. We saw a drop in the median age of our poll workers from 57 in 2018 to 44, the age of 44 in November, as thankfully younger people stepped up for older workers who were more at risk from the virus. 70% of poll workers said they were likely to come back. That's great. So despite all the challenges, the presidential election in Arlington went off without a hitch, as it appears it did pretty much nationwide, despite efforts to the contrary. We learned and voters learned that they can vote safely and easily by mail, and we're already already getting applications for mail-in ballots for 2021. And you can just go to the last kind of finish up slide. I think we can really all be proud of how Arlington handled this election. And in fact, I have felt really that we're part of a small but really important part of regular Americans volunteering and working hard across the country to assure our democratic process. I found this actually the most reassuring thing out of these very unsettling times, how much common regular people are stepping up to do the right thing for our democracy. So thank you to everyone who works so hard to ensure a safe, free, and fair election in Arlington County. We can all be proud of Gretchen, her team, our volunteers, our voters, absolutely everybody. Job well done, Arlington. So thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me in all of that. It's really kind of a good news story, I think. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Yay, democracy and common Americans, solid American people doing what they should. All right, so that brings us now to a few chair's report items. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. I'm happy to report that work has begun on Arlington's Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. It's a sub-element of the Public Spaces Master Plan, and it will serve as the guiding document for Arlington's management practices related to trees, plants, wildlife, and more. We adopted the update to the Public Spaces Master Plan back in April of 2019, and that plan identified the major public space needs of the community, and it serves as a framework to guide the stewardship of Arlington's precious public spaces. And one of the priority actions called for us to update our Urban Forest Master Plan and the Natural Resources Management Plan through a combined process. So as the timeline shows here, next slide, please. We are just in the initial stage of development with the goal of finishing up the plan in May of 2022. Currently, we are asking the community to share feedback on how they experience nature in Arlington and their vision of what it could be. And if you'd like to do this, please go to engagearlingtonva.us to share your thoughts. We'd be happy to hear from you. The team is also leading focus groups and interviews to get community input, and we're also looking at what other jurisdictions do to do some benchmarking. The plan will cover topics regarding impacts and opportunities related to our tree canopy, biophilic design, natural lands, urban development, wildlife, recreation, public education, and stewardship, among others. This plan will have a lasting impact on our community. And based on the community feedback and benchmarking, the draft plan will be available next spring, with an opportunity to engage in the fall. And that's when we really want people to focus, share their thoughts, and react to what we have so far. So we're just at the beginning. Folks who want to stay informed can sign up for latest updates on projects.arlingtonva.us. I think that's /FNRP. I'm sure you can go on and just search on the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, and it will pop up. And like I said, this will have a lasting impact, and please get involved. So we'll be talking about that for a few years, and I think that's great. I much enjoy more talking about trees and flowers and things sometimes more than some other things that we sometimes talk about. All right, so next slide, please. Thank you for putting up that website there. I didn't realize we had it up. That's great. So with the holiday season and the pandemic, and I imagine my colleagues are too, hearing a lot more from people wanting to know, what can I do to help those in need in our community? I think we're more aware than ever that there's a lot of need, even in Arlington. The Arlington Community Foundation's got a good compilation of many of our wonderful nonprofits that have been doing so much throughout the year. And I thought I would just put this up because it's a kind of an umbrella organization, and more support is always needed. Local holiday giving is great. And so I'm sharing with everybody the Community Foundation Wish Catalog portal. So if you'd like to give and aren't quite sure how, check it out. All right, I think that brings me to one more slide, an invitation. Do we have? Yes, I get sworn in tomorrow. I welcome anybody to join us. It will not be a long ceremony. I'm not quite sure how it will go because it's virtual and we've never quite done it this way before, but I think it will be fine. And probably this is the last time maybe we'll see that logo up there. Just saying, I realize the logo's on it. So anyway, hope everybody will come for the virtual swearing in tomorrow. I'd love to see you briefly virtually. All right. And that brings me to other board member reports. And I think we've got one from the Lee Highway Alliance. And Mr. DeFranti, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for highlighting the giving opportunity. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Hopefully it sounds like it's off. So the giving opportunities and also voting, both of those really were great in your reports. So we have had a process with the Lee Highway Alliance taking a community leadership role in working through the name Lee Highway. And I will send it to Matt Weinstein, who helped shepherd the group, and he has a report for us. Matt?
Well, thank you, Matt, and thank you, members of the board, for giving me the opportunity to talk today about all the work we've done in the last 4 or 5 months and how we got here, both through process and what our recommendations are. Before I do that, I also want to echo your thanks and recognition to Gretchen and her team. I'm a member of the Arlington Electoral Board, probably going to be chair in less than a month. So I know, firsthand all the great work they've done. It was a year like none other, with all the changes in laws, a pandemic. We were getting new guidance from the Department of Elections every single week, and her team did it, no muss, no fuss, and I think carried it off perfectly on Election Day. So thank you for recognizing her and her team. They did a great job. All right, so I'm going to share my presentation here, and let me know if you see it right now.
Sure do.
All right. All right, so renaming Lee Highway, why now? Lee Highway is in the midst of a comprehensive replanning as part of the Plan Lee Highway planning process. It is the right time to find a name that reflects Arlington County's values, promotes equity, and is welcoming to all people who work on, live on, and visit the corridor. And specifically, we wanted to also change the highway road typology designation, because highway does not convey the attractive place envisioned by the thousands of residents, property owners, and businesses that weighed in during the vision study and the Plan Lee Highway process. So the Lee Highway Alliance, as part of this process, issued a charge to the working group on renaming Lee Highway. And the charge was to identify a top choice for a new name and 2 to 4 alternatives that can be forwarded to the Arlington County Board for its consideration. That's why I'm here today. And we landed on 1 preferred name and 4 alternatives. Supply a thorough explanation for the number 1 choice based on adherence to criteria, public and needs, business insights and research, and then also provide rationale for the 4 alternatives to you today. And then the final charge is potentially reflective of the LHA guiding principles, especially to establish a welcoming, vibrant, and attractive corridor of neighborhood places. All right, so this was quite a broad process with a number of people involved, and I think we really worked with all elements of the community across the corridor, and we had people from South Arlington as well, but also members from civic associations, businesses, everyone really. I think it represented everyone on the corridor as well as it could. We had a steering committee made up of 6 members, and they were LHA board volunteers and staff. They administered the process, prepared for meetings, took minutes, and followed up with county staff. We had a working group on renaming Lee Highway, which had 25 members, and they were the voting members of the renaming process and acted as liaisons to the community throughout the process. Then we also had advisory group members, 23 of them, and they were experts on topics, liaisons to their communities, and they advised members of the working group. All right, so a core value of the working group was we really wanted to have a transparent and open process that anyone who wanted to be involved and see what was happening could be. Every working group meeting was recorded, live streamed on Facebook, and had community members watching from home. Recordings were then available on the LHA's website after each meeting, and we also posted meeting minutes, the working group charge, meeting documents as they were produced, and a flow chart kind of explaining the process. Those are all posted on the LHA website and available for the public to watch and review. So we hit some major milestones along the way, and we really tried to make each and every meeting we had goal-oriented and moving towards achieving one of these major milestones. So at the second working group meeting on September 30th, we selected draft evaluation criteria and rules. On October 21st, the third working group meeting, we discussed an evaluation report and voted to reduce the list from about 168 names to 20. And before that, we actually had a subcommittee meeting on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in October 4.5 hours evaluating the names against the criteria we adopted, and that's how we got to the final 20. Then from October 23rd through November 30th, we conducted community outreach and a public poll of the top 20 names, and we received enormous feedback on that, which I'll summarize briefly in a few minutes. And then on October 21st, December 2nd, and then in working groups meetings 3 and 4, we had the advisory groups that we met with provide input on how they viewed the name change and what factors were important to them. Then on December 9th, the final working group meeting, we considered the justification statements for the final names, voted on preferred choice, and the 4 alternatives by using ranked choice voting, which I believe is the first time in history ranked choice voting has been used to rename a road, and considered road typologies to match the names we chose for the final 5. And then finally, on December 10th, Lee Highway Alliance Board of Directors met and formally submitted the 1 preferred name and 4 alternatives to you all. All right, just to quickly summarize these milestones, the rules and criteria we adopted were the name does not include play on or refer to the name Lee. The name is not already used for another street or road in Arlington. The name is not racially, culturally, sexually, or ethnically offensive. We are going to consider the name separately from the road types, and the name could not include highway in it. And criteria, which was kind of viewed as a more subjective way of looking at the names, and also really designed to create a conversation with the working group members. The first one was that the name is welcoming, and then the name effectively brands the corridor. The name increases public understanding of cultural history and racial equity. The name promotes Main Street character in accordance with the revisioning under Plain Lee Highway. The name is not frivolous, and the name is relevant to Arlington in Northern Virginia, and to place, history, flora, culture, landscape, etc. As I mentioned earlier, we then met and reduced the name to 20 names by evaluating the criteria against the names. And then we really did the heavy lifting and reaching out to the community. We had postcards that were sent to 8,000 households interviews with the press, the Washington Post, WAMU, Bloomberg, DCS, WTOP, RLNow, and localdmv.com. A few working group members were interviewed for the Arlington for Justice podcast. We sent the Peach Jar flyer in English and Spanish to around 8,000 Arlington families. We created a Spanish language website. We advertised the process in the LHA social media, Facebook, Twitter, and through its newsletter. Other organizations also advertised the process in their newsletters. And we posted flyers in the windows of businesses, so people who were just stopping by in local businesses were aware of what was happening and hopefully could participate in the poll. Just an example of the flyer we put together in English and Spanish. All right, public polling results. So for about 5 weeks, as I mentioned, we had members of the public voting, and we received a total of 3,394 votes. And these are for all from Arlingtonians. Either they had to live here or work here. They had to be connected to Arlington directly. 46 called in, 15 sent messages, and I'm not going to go through all these, but Loving was the clear number 1. Main Street was 2, Dogwood 3, Arcova 4, Langston 5, and so on and so forth. And I think, the final results that we got to with the working group were broadly consistent with this, but I know we were very, very pleased with the response we got from the community in the 5 weeks that we did all this. All right, so we received feedback from advisory groups. The branding advisory group really thought the name should be connected to local history, place, or flora, fauna. The shorter and easier the name is to spell, the better. And they wanted a name that could tell a good story. The institutional advisory group, which was made up largely of representatives from schools and churches and other institutions along the corridor, felt the name should fall into a variety of categories. The name should not already be represented in Arlington, and the first and last name historical figures should be used instead of just the last name. And we talked to business and property owners, and they thought it was important that the name be easy to spell and pronounce. That we include the first and last name. They thought that including the first and last name was too long, and it should just have the last name. The name should be easy to use in advertising. The name should not be easily confused with another name. Sense of place and legacy was important to them. They thought it was important that the idea should have a historical basis. And they really wanted the names to be timeless, serious, not sound made up, and not too controversial. And then finally, the Transportation Advisory Group identified 2 issues to be considered through the Lee Highway Alliance's Transportation Committee. That was what to name Old Lee Highway, which is right by the Lee Hyatt shops, and what to name the section of Old Dominion that is on US 29. And those issues are going to be punted until after this process is concluded. And obviously, we'll keep the county board in the loop as we go through that process. So the final 10 names that we voted on about a week ago were Dogwood, Edward T. Morton, Ella Baker, Greenway, James E. Brown, John Glenn, John M. Langston, Justice, Main Street, and Mildred and Richard Loving. And finally, last Wednesday, we considered the justification statements for these final 10 names and voted for the 1 preferred name and 4 alternative names. As I mentioned before, we used ranked choice voting, and where we landed was that in first place was Mildred and Richard Loving. They received 21 of the 25 first-round votes from members of the working group, so it was an overwhelming support for Mildred and Richard Loving. Then we had John M. Langston, Ella Baker, Dr. Edward T. Morton, and Main Street. And at this point, I will point out that the working group thought it was very important that for Mildred and Richard Loving, that we use the full name officially and ideally on street signs, because part of the reason the working group chose the name was because it recognizes the relationship Mildred and Richard Loving had. They were a married couple. They weren't. They were inherently connected, and it was important to have the name show that. And then we also talked about road typologies, which, is a little outside the comfort zone of many community, volunteers. But we worked with staff, and we were told there really isn't very clear guidance on the type of typology that's appropriate for this type of road. And based off of that, the working group really recommended typologies that felt appropriate for the type of road and the type of community and corridor they want in the future. And also, just to be frank, what sounded good. So to that end, for Mildred and Richard Loving, they felt it should be an avenue. For John M. Langston, it should be John M. Langston Boulevard. And then Ella Baker Boulevard, Dr. Edward T. Morton Avenue, and then Main Street should be Main Street. And I will also point out, just so you're all aware, that these names were the product of ranked choice voting. And Main Street was, in particular, a fairly distant 5th, and the working group felt very strongly that since we had to have 5, that's just the way it shook out, but Main Street was definitely number 5. All right, so the justification statement from Mildred and Richard Loving is that the name would commemorate a powerful story about an interracial couple who fought for the right to be married in the landmark Supreme Court case of Loving versus Virginia. The name recalls the unjust elements of the past, the triumph of love over injustice. Their story changed and continues to change our nation. It was cited as precedent in establishing the right to marry for same-sex couples in the Supreme Court case from 5 years ago. If chosen, it would also be one of the few roads in Arlington bearing a woman's name. When people cross Key Bridge into Virginia from D.C., they are greeted by our state logo, Virginia's for Lovers. And we think it would be fitting if the first road they come to when they get into Virginia and Roslyn is Mildred and Richard Loving. And then the name works on an intellectual level by commemorating history, on an aspirational level by honoring our motto, Virginia's for Lovers, and on an emotional level by signaling our desire to treat each other in a loving way is a simple and unifying message. And then just briefly connecting the origins of the name we use now and the name we hope will be used in the future. In 1922, the General Assembly named the road Lee Highway after Robert E. Lee as part of a national memorial to Robert E. Lee. Just 2 years later, in 1924, the General Assembly passed the Racial Integrity Act to make it unlawful for any white person in the state to marry any save a white person, or a person with no other mixture of blood than white and American Indian. So in 2 short years, the General Assembly made its sentiments clear. Robert E. Lee should be honored, and Virginians, like the Lovings 3 decades later, cannot marry the person of their choice. We think that nearly 100 years later, now is the time to right this wrong. Should you not choose Mildred and Richard Loving, we recommend 4 alternative names. And this is in order of preference. First one is John M. Langston Boulevard. And John M. Langston was an American abolitionist, attorney, educator, activist, diplomat, and politician who was the first Black person elected to Congress from Virginia. And then second alternative name is Ella Baker. She's considered the mother of the modern civil rights singer who championed the ordinary citizen and mentored many civil rights leaders like John Lewis. Third, Dr. Edward T. Morton Avenue. He was the first Black physician in North Arlington, a powerful early voice of racial equality in Arlington, specifically on Lee Highway. Then fourth, Main Street. It is an approach based on transformative strategies of design, promotion, and organization to arrive at economic vitality and an enhanced quality of life on the corridor in the future. So thank you for your support throughout this process. Like any effort in Arlington County, it takes a village to get here. So this is a list of some of the people we've been working with throughout the process and would really like to thank them for all they did. I think the working group was very happy with the end result. Everyone treated each other respectfully. We moved the ball forward in every single meeting, and the process was made better by each and every working group member as they provide their feedback throughout. So it was a wonderful process. Thank you to staff, thank you to the board, and most importantly, thank you to the working group for everything they did. So with that, happy to take questions or feedback.
Sure, thank you, Matt, for that thorough description and the community process that you led. You mentioned a thank you to the working group members. I know several of us at different times joined parts of your meetings, and of course, Ms. Crystal, Katie had been leading as a liaison through one of her liaison roles, but we all have participated, and it seemed like a thorough, and the number of responses was very good. So just a little context, and I'm mindful that colleagues may have questions, and the context is we have been aware, but we felt a community process most appropriate with respect to this piece, and the Lee Highway Alliance was logical. We also are going to have a conversation in just a few minutes, actually, with the manager about the renaming process as a whole. So that's just two pieces of context. A third is that from here, we have started the conversations because Lee Highway is a road that is connected to Fairfax, and there's regional questions here. We started the process of staying in touch and reaching out to adjoining jurisdictions, and also our delegation in Richmond, both of which can be helpful as we work to change the name here. So that's where we go from here. And Madam Chair, back to you. I don't know if folks have questions.
Well, that's fine. I think we can take questions. Mr. Dorsey. Or comments, obviously. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. Mr. Weinstein, thank you very much for that excellent report and really for your excellent stewardship of a process. As we'll get into later, as Mr. DeFerranti mentioned, we endeavor to have some community ownership of this process of naming our facilities, whether it be an actual building, an open space, or a roadway. And, you know, I think your presentation illuminated how in 1922, there was really a decision made without any local community input about what the road should be. It was a different time. We were built out differently, but given where we are, the dense suburb that we are, given the importance of this road, not just in terms of proximity of tens of thousands of households who live near it, but its centrality in our future planning. It's integral that the local community have ownership of the road, not just in terms of maintenance responsibility, but what it's called, what it means to us. So I think that's the principle that we're holding on to, and we really thank you for having that live out with a true, open, collaborative, creative, and substantive way for the community to weigh in. And I'll just say as a personal opinion, you know, Richard Loving and Mildred Loving are two individuals who play a central role in civil rights history. The significance of their endeavor has been shown by history, but the two of them were just taking a very modest act of pursuing their love for one another. And, for a community that may not know, Richard Loving died fairly early in his life, in his early 40s, and Mildred Loving lived into the 2000s. And I would commend to anyone on the 40th anniversary of the Loving decision, Mildred Loving had some remarks that I think are just extremely instructive and helpful for us today. So just thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Weinstein, thanks so much for this fantastic presentation and indeed for stewarding a exemplary process throughout. If I have just a little last question about just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. I don't know where the civic associations have been with regards to this final selection of the names. I believe that they mostly have agreed that this is a very good selection, and I have to say also that really the name that seems to be at the top of the preference. Really creates a place in the mind, not only a place in the place. So that's really very strong. I have to commend you and commend the working group also for engaging the small businesses, everybody who works and lives around Lee Highway. I think this the group has been taking the input from everybody with very meticulously and very carefully, and and actually you performed something more than just renaming a street. You actually educated and trained an entire community in placemaking, which will be very, very helpful as we go ahead, and we envision, as a community, we envision what is today Lee Highway and hopefully tomorrow Loving Avenue. I think this was a real achievement in this process. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Mr. Weinstein, I'll just add my thanks. What a complex, involved, and very thorough process. Thank you. Obviously, there's still going to be more to go, and we're going to be looking at how we're going to be handling this generally. I was struck by the history lesson incorporated. I think we have a lot of names around here that don't mean much of anything to anybody, but they did at one time, and there's a reason that they're there. And we learn a lot by looking at it. I know it's really only recently that I became aware of how much in the 20s or so there was this attempt to reverse the results of the Civil War. It's pretty amazing and distressing what happened around the country. And I think we're dealing with that now. But it's interesting that, I did study a fair amount of history. I consider myself fairly well read, but I was pretty ignorant of all this. And it's important for us to know. Because if you don't understand your past, it's hard to know, be able to figure out where it is you want to go. So thank you very much for all of this effort. We're going to be talking about this some more, I know. So thank you very much. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again, Mr. Weinstein, for the process. I remember where I was reading the Loving case 21 years ago in law school. And I want every other Arlingtonian to learn this history way sooner than I did. It was far too late to learn it. So thank you so much, Mr. Weinstein, for a great process and steps to come as we work to try and work with our delegation and with adjoining jurisdictions to make this happen. So thank you.
Thanks for coming. All right. Actually, I think I'm back to you again because I'm looking at board member reports, and I believe you're going to talk to us about missing middle. Is that correct?
It is, Madam Chair. So thank you for the chance. I do have a short presentation that I believe magically is going to appear on your screen. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, or whoever is helping there. Want to share with you about the missing middle housing study as we have continued to work on that, on it. And first, just clarify the problem that leads us to spend time in October and through the past month and a half and months before it. And that is that the cost of a home is too expensive for many who want to stay here and some who want to move here. And that is the reason why we're doing this missing middle study. The study will explore choices, and it is a critical part of what we want to do to keep and make Arlington affordable for everyone. The second slide, if we can go to that slide, talks a little bit more about the types of housing types that are helpful and that we have currently. Specifically, if you look, the middle part talks about duplexes, townhomes, and low-rise garden apartments, which we have, but we don't have in sufficient numbers, so that different choices are available to people at different times in their lives and with different sized households. So those three are key pieces of our Housing Arlington strategy, and really overall how we will plan for the future. We know that Arlington will not stay precisely the same size, so how we grow and evolve matters. And this talks about the need to increase some of these housing types so there's more opportunities for more Arlingtonians. And on the third slide, we talk about another piece of why this is important, and that is the reality still in our past, but also today, that there are disparate impacts of disparate incomes that we are seeing amongst our different populations. Our white, Asian, Hispanic, and Latinx, and Black and African American residents have different median incomes that are sufficiently different that we have to ask ourselves, what are the roots? What are the root causes of all of this? And we did not take part in the initial zoning of the 1920s, but we do have a responsibility to address racial equity as we have identified over the past 2 years with our chair's priorities, but also as we've identified with our work on racial equity led by Ms. Samia Bird. So this really shows the disparate incomes, and I think we have a responsibility to make rental housing more affordable regardless of your race or ethnicity. So the next slide talks just a little bit more about where we are. People have asked, we have been working on Missing Middle for some time, over a year now, but we are still in phase one of building a common understanding. And we have almost, if you look, we have 2 years to go before we get into the implementation phases. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that we don't have preordained outcomes. We are in the process of studying and narrowing our focus as to what types of housing would be critical to add. So please participate. And that is this last slide. The next slide talks about our online feedback tool that is available. If you just Google Arlington Missing Middle on our landing page, the page is right. The actual specific URL is right there, but you can find this through our Housing Arlington Missing Middle piece that Ms. Jacobs has kindly just, the orange right there at the top, housingarlingtonva.us/missing middle. And please participate by the 31st of December. That won't, however, be the end, because early next year, we will be doing geographic convenings, 4 or 5 across the month of January, and then we may go into February for online conversations so that we're safe in the time of COVID, but also so that we are continuing to reach out and building input into this important means for helping people afford to live in Arlington, to stay in Arlington. Sign up to be a community partner and learn more about Housing Arlington as a whole. Missing Middle is a part of Housing Arlington, but certainly you see the email if you have questions. Please continue to participate in this part of our work to plan for an affordable future for all of us. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. And I know you've been going for a while, but I believe you still have one more report for us on the Animal Welfare League, yes?
I do, and I just briefly, this is a one that I know all of us with our different pets and care about, but this is our Animal Welfare League has been recognized, and so I will not read all of the recitals, but it's fairly brief, so I'll just read a couple. Whereas the Animal Welfare League of Arlington serves as the county's animal resource center by providing sheltering and animal control services in Arlington County, and whereas the Animal Welfare League of Arlington was awarded the 2020 Outstanding Agency Award from the Virginia Animal Control Association, and I'll just read one more. The Outstanding Agency Award reflects positively on the strong collaboration between the Arlington County government and the Animal Welfare League of Arlington, and serves as a paradigm example of an excellent private-public partnership. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, do hereby recognize the Animal Welfare League of Arlington for their Outstanding Agency Award and thank their staff for the hard work and dedication to animal welfare advancement in Arlington County, Virginia, and beyond. What a great recognition of, I know each of us have been, and it pulls at your heartstrings every time you go. Congratulations to the Animal Welfare League of Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. It's one of the reasons when the kids were little, I didn't go too often because we would often come back with a very cute pet. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that feeling quite well. So, Mr. DeFerranti, thank you so much for reading that, wonderful honor for the Animal Welfare League as an agency. It piggybacks on a couple of years ago, our Chief Animal Control Officer, Jennifer Toussaint, was named the Animal Control Officer of the Year for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So these are important accolades. And I just wanted to highlight that this year, though the Animal Welfare League has stepped up its already incredibly impressive game, many people are familiar with the services for pets and small animals, but they also have lots of services for people that they have adapted during this COVID year. So one of the things that they've always done is provided the ability to assist you in your home if you're having difficulty managing a pet. They have adapted that so that this year, if you need someone to assist with walking your dog, for example, while you are self-isolating or quarantining, they will do that. They also have other services where you can have a temporary adoption situation in the event that you are affected by COVID. Again, this is an adaptation of an existing program where they will temporarily house and feed and care for your animal if you suffer from a disaster, a fire, or something of the sort. Now they've expanded that to people who are impacted not only by COVID from a health perspective, but if you are unfortunately going through housing displacement and taking your pet with you is a challenge. That is also an eligible means to have the Animal Welfare League provide assistance to you. And then they also have a pet food pantry, which allows for people who don't have the resources during this time to care for their pets or get access to veterinary services, et cetera. But the pet food pantry itself, you are able to come with no judgment at all and get what you need for your pet. And if you cannot come, they can also arrange to have it delivered. So I just wanted to alert people that if you do have a pet that is part of your family and a part of your world, and the pandemic has made it difficult for you to care for that pet, the Animal Welfare League is there to help, and they can provide assistance that may be useful for you.
Thank you. Thank you both, gentlemen, for this. This is great, letting everybody know about the Animal Welfare League. It's something we don't think about so much during the pandemic, but I think more and more of us have gotten pets this year, and having some support for people who have pets, that's really crucial. So thank you. Helps us all stay a little bit more sane during these crazy times. All right, colleagues, I don't believe there are any more board member reports, so that brings me to the appointments. All right, I will warn you ahead of time. I have a lot of appointments, so fasten your seatbelts. I have a glass of water here. I may need it, but we will do this. This happily does not need a second. So I would like to move the following advisory group appointments. To the Aquatics Committee, appoint Edwin Allen for a term ending November 30, 2022. Appoint Bonnie Stroop for a term ending on February 1st, 2021 and ending on January 31st, 2023. Ratify the November 17, 2020 committee election results, which are below, which are I will now recite. Jennifer Connor, elected for a chair term ending on November 30, 2022, and Christy Sowert, elected for a vice chair term ending on November 30, 2022. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, C2E2, formerly known as E2C2. Designate Joan McIntyre as chair and Timothy Effio as vice chair through December 31st, 2021. To the Economic Development Commission, designate Avril Sisk as chair through December 31st, 2021. To the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, reappoint Sharon Valencia, Michelle Santuoso, and Alexandra Rothenberger for terms ending November 30th, 2022. To the Forestry Natural Resources Commission, reappoint Phil Klingelhofer for a term ending on November 30th, 2023, and designate Phil Klingelhofer as chair through December 31st, 2021. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, reappoint Eric Goldstein and Rodney Turner, Ted Black, Susan Cunningham, and Steve Young for terms ending on November 30th, 2022, and appoint Wells Harrell, Janet Copenhaver for terms ending on November 30th, 2022. Also, designate Kathleen McSweeney as chair and designate Stacy Snyder as vice chair through December 31st, 2022. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, reappoint Margarita Scott Brose for a term ending December 31st, 2023. To the Nova Parks, reappoint Paul Ferguson for a term ending January 31st, 2024. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, reappoint Shruti Kupa for a term ending on November 30th, 2022. Appoint Sarah Baraluk for a term ending on November 30th, 2022. And designate Shruti Kupa as vice chair through December 31st, 2021. To the Sports Commission, reappoint John Bacon, Sherry Cohen, Andrew Murray, and Greg Thompson for terms ending on November 30th, 2022. Also appoint Frank Tranfa for a term ending on November 30th, 2022. To the Teen Network Board, reappoint Aidan Selassie, and the following reappointments, all for a term ending June 30th, 2021. So reappoint also Ava Boston as co-chair, Kate Allen, Peyton Farron, Sophie Snyder, Yasmina Mansour as co-chair, all again for terms ending June 30, 2021, the academic year. Then we have some not reappointments, but appointments to the Teen Network Board. These also all go end on June 30th, 2021. So we have to appoint Abel Jaleta, Avalon Bennett, Athena Perry, Elizabeth Cummins, Hannah Neidig, Isabel Trini Regondo, Lukman Salahadin, probably, sorry, Lily Powell, Pablo Swisher Gomez, Rebecca Corral, Shahela Mokhtar, Sebastian Morales Tolero, Valeria Pina Pereira, and again, that's all for the terms ending June 30th, 2021. To the Tenant Landlord Commission, reappoint Bisma Ahmed for a term ending on November 30th, 2023. Designate David Tim as chair through December 31st, 2021. And to the Transportation Commission, appoint Kira Bell, known as Kirby, for CESA work. Appoint Ajdin Muratovich, and appoint Christopher Bruno for terms ending December 31st, 2023. And that's it. I want to thank everybody for serving. We read all of the names, and at least the names are out there. People, so much of what we do depends on people stepping up and volunteering for our commissions. We really appreciate it. And I will make apologies to anyone if I did not get their name pronounced correctly. And I think I do not need a second. I believe I can call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye as well. All right. And again, thank you to everybody. I think this will make some of these appointments we often make at our January organizational meeting, so it'll just make it a little shorter when we get to January. Thank you all very much. All right. I think that now brings us to regional reports, and according to my notes, there are none this particular meeting. Is that correct? All right. I will simply mention, as I often have, that the Northern Virginia Regional Commission continues to host weekly phone calls with the mayors and chairs in the region. And that really has been so helpful to be having those meetings. And we meet with representatives from the governor's office, the governor himself sometimes, with our congressional representatives, talking about mostly issues dealing with COVID and budget issues and what we can expect. So I just want to let people know those meetings continue apace, and they are very helpful, and I think have actually been cementing regional cooperation as we get through this difficult year. All right, I believe that brings us to the manager's report, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Schwartz. I think you also have a number of items to cover for us today.
I do, Madam Chair. At last count, we were up to 8, but we'll see if we can keep it to 8 at the moment. So I want to thank you and members of the board. Each year we have the opportunity to get to December and have presentation of our comprehensive annual financial report. And it's not something that we should take for granted. Doing our CAFR every year and getting an opinion on it is really one of the core functions we have as a government. So this afternoon we have with us Krista Edoff, who's a partner with Government Services Group at Cherry Beckert, and that is our external auditor. We have Raul Bala, who's the county controller, and also Maria Meredith, who's the director of the Department of Management and Finance. So I'm going to turn it over to Raul for to start the presentation. So over to you, Raul. Raul, you are on mute, so you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, also for pointing out that I was on mute. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, members of the County Board, and residents of Arlington County. I am pleased to present the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or the CAFR, of Arlington County for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020. This report, prepared by the Department of Management and Finance, identifies the county's financial position and financial activities over the past year. The county's financial statements have been audited by Cherry Beckert, a firm of licensed certified public accountants. The independent auditor concluded, based upon the audit, that there was a reasonable basis for rendering an unmodified, i.e., a clean audit opinion. The preparation of this CAFR was made possible by the efficient and dedicated services of the staff of the Department of Management and Finance and the active participation of several other departments. I would like to express a sincere thanks to the staff of the Department of Management and Finance and to all others who have contributed to the preparation of this report. Ms. Krista Edoff, the engagement partner from Cherry Beckert, is present here today. She has a short presentation prepared for you and is available to take your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the County Board, and all others in attendance. I am pleased to be here this afternoon to report to you the results of the June 30, 2020 audit of the financial statements. I will now share my screen. You should be able to see the PowerPoint at this time.
Yes, we can.
So when we talk about an audit, we generally think the audit is just of the financial statements themselves, but our audit's actually a lot more comprehensive than just that. So in addition to the audit of the financial statements, we also audit your compliance with Virginia laws and regulations and your compliance with federal grants, which is also commonly referred to as a single audit. And it's audited under the guidance of the uniform guidance. In addition, when we conduct our audit, we are required to gain an understanding of your underlying internal control environment that ultimately ensures that those financial statements are correctly presented and that you are complying with those laws, regulations, and federal grants. Now, we do not issue a separate opinion specifically on the internal control environment. However, if matters come to our attention during our testing or during our understanding where there could be deficiencies in the internal control environment, we are required to bring that to your attention as part of our audit. So when we conduct our audit of the financial statements, we're really looking at the underlying significant balances that you see presented in that financial statement and the underlying transactions which make up those balances. In addition, not every number included within those financial statements is a hard and fast number. Some of those are considered to be estimates. And we do look at the underlying data and the underlying assumptions which are used to come up with those transactions. And ultimately, that information is disclosed in the notes to the financial statements. So understanding that an estimate as presented at June 30, 2020, if the underlying assumptions change, that number may change. So that's why we say it's not necessarily a hard and fast number. So presented before you is the comprehensive annual financial report. It is a significant and large document, which includes a lot more information than just the financial statements. So I want to point out that our audit is on the basic financial statements, which are the financial statements themselves, the notes to the financial statements, and then the other supplementary information that ultimately supports the numbers within the financial statements. There's a lot of additional information, the introductory section, required supplementary information in your statistical sections, which include a lot of summarization of data in the financial statements, information about the county itself, and maybe where the county is going economically into the future. And then the statistical and some of the required supplementary schedules present 10 years of trend data of the financial statements, of the pension and OPEB plans, of other demographic data, including debt transactions, property taxes, and then just other information related to demographic and other statistics embedded within the county. So we do not consider those areas to be audited. However, we do read through those areas and make sure that information's not misleading based on our audit. So as Raul presented to you a few moments ago, our audit on the financial statements is an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. It's ultimately the best result you would hope for in an audit. We do issue those two other reports, one on compliance with laws and regulations, specifically for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then we issue one on the federal compliance with your federal grants. And so on those reports, we also had unmodified or clean opinions. Now, I mentioned to you that if we identify any matters of internal control deficiencies, we are required to bring those to your attention. Additionally, if we have any matters of non-compliance in our testing of those laws, regulations, or grants, we also have to bring those to your attention as well. So we did notice for the Medicaid and the TANF programs and for the conflict of interest forms this year that there was some missing information, just missing documentation that didn't allow us to ultimately conclude that you are 100% in compliance with those laws, regulations, or grants. So we do have to bring those to your attention. I think we can all acknowledge in this unusual environment that we've been in this year that just having a couple instances of non-compliance, although we like to be perfect, that's really not the world we live in today. So we are required to bring those to your attention. A few other things I am required to tell you as part of our audit. There was no significant changes in the underlying accounting policies or the accounting standards that were effective for fiscal year 20. Because of the pandemic, the Accounting Standards Board decided to postpone any new standard that would have been effective in the current year, just to relieve the burden ultimately on finance and management during this time. So there were no changes in the underlying way transactions are being recorded. So if you took the financial statement this year and compared it to the financial statement last year, you would be comparing apples to apples. In the conduct of our audit, if we had any disagreements with management or difficulties in conducting the audit, we would be required to report those to you. So I am pleased to tell you that we did not have any difficulties in conducting our audit, and we did not have any disagreements with management. Additionally, when we conduct our audit, sometimes we find errors in the numbers. And if we do that, we propose an audit adjustment. If we propose significant audit adjustments, we are also required to alert you to those adjustments. So I am pleased to tell you that as part of our audit, we did not propose any significant adjustments, which ultimately would make the numbers in your financial statements correct. In conducting our audit, we are required to be independent of the county. Liken this to your conflicts of interest. So we do not have any financial or family relationships or other relationships or transactions with the county that would cause us to have bias in giving you an audit opinion that you didn't warrant. Just lastly, as a result of this presentation, at the conclusion of the audit, we do ask that management represent to us that they provided us all of the information we needed, that they answered our questions truthfully, and that the information presented within the financial statements is complete and accurate and recorded in accordance with the accounting standards. Management did provide us with that letter at the conclusion of the audit. That ultimately completes my presentation. Just in closing, I'll take any questions you have, but we do want to express our sincere appreciation to finance and management and the staff that ultimately were involved in helping us with the conduct of the audit. It is an extensive process that we start in the April timeframe and ultimately conclude in December with this presentation. So it is an exhaustive effort and was as you can imagine, a very unusual year having to do everything virtually and come up with new and creative ways to be able to share and transmit data and conduct ultimately the audit for the year. So we do appreciate them and want to acknowledge the effort that they put in. And with that, I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I guess colleagues, we'll see if anybody has any questions for Ms. Edoff. Sorry, is it Edoff or Edoff? I apologize.
It's Edoff.
Edoff, yes, thank you. All right, any questions? I see Mr. Karantonis' hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Edoff, for your report. I have just, and thank you for all the work that you put. You are absolutely right. I cannot imagine how tough it has been to conduct such an audit, remotely, and I can imagine that a lot of extra working hours have been, and a lot of imagination and innovation went into that. I have a very short question. There is one non-material non-compliance mark 2020-001. That's about paperwork filed as this is paperwork that officials, employees, certain members of our commissions are required to submit by law, just it's a financial disclosure statements and statements of disclosing conflicts of interest. And among 52, among a universe of 52 filings, you found 5 instances of some forms missing. How deep in the time did you audit these disclosure forms? So how many years does this represent?
This is just the current year during fiscal year 20. So this would have been the filing for February 2020.
So these are 52 sets of disclosures that should have been complete, and 5 are missing minor forms. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I think I had a question maybe for the manager, or maybe Ms. Edoff. Obviously, a few things missing, not a big deal. Is this the sort of thing that's going to affect our applying for CARES Act funding? Because it was under TANF and whatnot. I don't know. I was just kind of check on that.
It should not have any, I would say, impact on your applying for future funding in any capacity. I think if you looked at the Medicaid and TANF programs globally, they're pretty subjected to having some issues when it comes to timeliness of redeterminations just due to the nature of the program, or also missing documentation. And some of this stemming from transition 2 years ago from a fairly manual process to an online medical record system. So just that transition into doing everything electronically now. As you can imagine, the paperwork that sits on someone's desk and scanned up into the file timely or appropriately, those things happen. So that's
particularly when somebody's not in the office to actually scan them.
correct.
Yeah, right. All right. Thank you. That is helpful to know. I know that we're being very careful because we want to make sure that we spend properly all the CARES Act funding and we don't get dinged for any of that. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? I think I see no other questions. Ms. Edoff, thank you so much. Appreciate it. April, I guess you're going to be back at work again soon. Thank you so much. Stay well. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Manager, I think I'm back to you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, item 2 of 9. I'm going to hold up here for the camera the Arlington County, it's the Arlington County Government 2020 Annual Report. And the report highlights some of our achievements during the year. And as we've pointed out already, a very difficult year. It's about 70 pages of the summary of many, but again, not all of the things that we have done. And the report is posted on our website. I really commend you to it, not just because we're proud of all the work we've done, but because it is really at times astounding to me, given the circumstances we're working under, that we're able to accomplish a lot of things. It doesn't mean that everything we've done is perfect, but it means we've engaged in an enormous number of efforts. And also we have I think a very nice page in here that is in memory of Eric Gutschall, our departed board member, and a lot of things that I think the community may not know about, which I would just commend to all of them for their interest. And that is currently up on our website.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And unless our attorney says it's inappropriate, I am now putting in a request for a signed copy. I'd like as many people whose names are mentioned in there to sign it as possible, staff and my colleagues. I'm going to keep it forever. Thank you.
And as I've commented before, your challenge to us to be innovative and resilient, I think we have taken it seriously this year.
Yes, you have. I got an assist.
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
For our next item, I have asked Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller, the COVID doctors, to come here and provide an to-the-minute update on where we are with the vaccine and events that are going on. Because as you remember, last Tuesday, we had an extended work session talking about how things were uncertain. So as we gain additional information, I've asked both Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller to come here and give you an update. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Ruben. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Chair, and County Board members. Thank you for this opportunity for Dr. Miller and me to update the public and you about where we stand currently with the COVID-19 vaccine. As you know from last week, and it continues this week, the level of community transmission is unacceptably high and has various negative impacts on how our society operates. And so vaccine is one of the ways that we can hopefully leave this nightmare behind us at some point. So I wanted to talk about 4 categories with respect to the vaccine: safety and efficacy, the vaccine benefits versus risks, the current distribution plan as we know it today, and future vaccine efforts. Hopefully this will be brief. Regarding safety and efficacy, the FDA expert panel recommended adoption of the Pfizer vaccine under emergency use authorization given its safety and efficacy profile, and the FDA commissioner issued the EUA or emergency use authorization for the Pfizer COVID vaccine. So from the expert perspective and the FDA perspective, they felt that the vaccine was safe and efficacious. With respect to the vaccine benefits versus risks, the CDC expert panel, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, met afterwards and recommended use of the vaccine under the EUA as benefits outweighed the risks from their perspective, and to start with the healthcare personnel and long-term care facility residents that had previously been identified as the phase 1A individuals they would do the recommend vaccine for. It would be remiss of me not to remind people of the context when considering whether to be vaccinated or not. The benefits of the vaccine obviously need to outweigh the risks from the vaccine. And what people need to remember is thinking about the benefit of the vaccine in the sense of being related to the risk of infection complications from COVID-19 virus versus no known benefits of infection. I think sometimes people forget it's not just about the risks from the vaccine, but it's the risks from that the virus poses, and the fact that even though there are some groups more at risk than others for complications, every single person who gets infected with the virus has the potential for those complications, and we have seen them in that respect already. So with respect to the current distribution plan as we know them, regarding the Pfizer vaccine, this week vaccination at the Virginia Hospital Center is expected to begin. They have received their vaccine for Pfizer. They have one of the ultra cold storage refrigerators and freezers. So they will continue to get vaccine as they vaccinate their system workers and as they are able to assist with vaccination of non-VHC healthcare personnel on an ongoing basis. Next week, vaccination with the Pfizer vaccine can start as early as next week at our skilled nursing and assisted living facilities under the federal pharmacy program being administered either by CVS or Walgreens pharmacies. So that would be for the residents of those facilities. Their staff would be actually covered under the healthcare recommendation. So with respect to future vaccine efforts, things on the horizon, the Moderna vaccine is to be considered for FDA EUA recommendation and issuance starting this Thursday, December 21st. They have to first do the same assessment of safety and efficacy. If the EUA is issued, then it needs to be considered by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, same thing about the vaccine benefits versus risks. And then what we are doing in public health, we're planning for possible receipt of the Moderna vaccine as early as next week. That would be to vaccinate healthcare personnel who work outside of the hospital setting, in addition to what the hospital may be able to assist us with. Some of the things that we're waiting for is for the Vaccine Administration Management System, or VAMS, to be rolled out from the Centers for Disease Control and the Virginia Department of Health. Let that rollout be completed to all the local health districts so we can invite healthcare organization workers who are interested in the vaccine in a organized fashion, having to do it by appointment, because obviously we need to be able to control distances and the number of people congregating. We don't want to be in violation of any executive orders ourselves. So the details are still being worked out. If we, for some reason, don't have the system yet in place from the state and should receive the vaccine, we would start with county staff who fit the healthcare worker definition so that we don't allow vaccine to sit unused. But we are hoping that the rollout will be completed this week or early next week, based on what we currently know. What I want to remind everyone is there will be vaccine for the healthcare personnel in this category, and based on what the Operation Warp Speed has planned, that there should be vaccine for the other groups as CDC recommends prioritization. And we have to get the system from the state and train staff on the system to schedule people for vaccine appointments and train staff on the new vaccine as VDH creates that information. So what I'm asking for is that the public and the healthcare workers to remain patient. We've had the virus for over a year now in the world. While vaccination will help to corral the virus, it's important that we all get this correct to ensure we continue to have the public's trust when we provide vaccine. So just like with risk communication, we need these three things when it comes to vaccination: to be first, to be right, and to be credible. We can't have only one or two of those things. All three need to be in place. I won't start a vaccine program until I'm satisfied, just like my colleagues wouldn't be, that our vaccination administration is safe, effective, and gets to the people who ACIP has recommended to prioritize. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Miller to see if he has anything to add to what I presented.
Thanks, Dr. Varghese and Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Manager for being with you this afternoon. I just want to reiterate one of the points that Dr. Varghese made. A part of our job in emergency management is constant collaboration with our regional, local, state, and federal partners, and the vaccine delivery process and implementation of the program is no different. So whether that is our transportation and critical infrastructure partners at WMATA or at the Airports Authority, or whether that is down to the local level, as Dr. Varghese mentioned, with the Virginia Hospital Center, even in Nova, and our regional healthcare system partners, we have been meeting daily with those folks to ensure that we have the closest collaboration possible, an effective coordinated delivery mechanism, because we are building a vaccine administration system, all of us together from the ground up. And so very important work that the public health team continues to do, and a lot going on in the background. So my thanks to all of the staff who continue to work on this while delivering record demand for increased testing, while doing all of the other things actually that you all are highlighting, the important work across the county. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Garvey or Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Mr. Schwartz, I want to confirm, I believe we've got a work session on all things COVID on Monday afternoon, the 21st. I've got that on my calendar. I don't know if you have that on yours. If you don't, you're looking like you might not.
What I have on my calendar is a potential for a session on the 22nd, which would be a week from today.
Excuse me, the 22nd then. I may have, or it may be wrong on my calendar. At any event, the point being is that we will have a work session coming up very soon so that we can kind of get into the depth here, but I invite my colleagues to ask some questions now. And of course, every day we learn more and have got better information. So thank you. Colleagues, any questions right now for our hardworking, wonderful public health and emergency management staff? Hi, DeFranti.
Okay. One thing I wanted to say before
Mr. DeFranti had it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Before he goes, is that we are updating the FAQs on our website, because I know that had been asked previously, I think, by Mr. Karantonis and each of you. We're doing that literally as we speak. I know that people are typing in Ruben's answers. So I apologize, Mr. DeFranti. Go ahead.
No problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Madam Chair. I don't know whether this is for Dr. Miller or Dr. Varghese. It's regarding contact tracing, and I've sort of watched, as many do daily, with our positivity rate was above 8, and now it's looks like 7 somewhere today. But just for the time sensitivity of everything and the moment that we're in, our positivity rates, and as we have higher numbers of cases, it stretches our ability to do the sort of best in Virginia contact tracing. And I'm wondering if you have any comment about, are we at the maximum of what we can do, or are we a little over? Or I just want to bring home how we'll have our session next week, but how urgent it is that people right now try and be vigilant in just another way. And so I don't know if you had comments on contact tracing and where our limits are, either of you.
Okay. It's an excellent question, Mr. DeFerranti, and so thank you for the opportunity to remind people why it's important to follow public health advice and the governor's orders. The reason why those orders went into effect is that the number of cases just continues to climb throughout the Commonwealth, including in Northern Virginia and in Arlington. And when cases get to be overwhelming, as I discussed last week, we do have to prioritize how we approach the cases and the contact investigation. So it is not that the staff aren't doing case investigation and contact tracing, but what we've had to do is prioritize which cases we first approach, and then based on that, we then prioritize the contacts within those cases, which means we are not getting to all of the cases and we're not getting to all of the contacts in one sense. There's obviously ways to do it, and as I said last week, CDC has put out recommendations, and that's what we follow. So obviously, as an example, if a test result comes in 10 days after it was tested, we're not going to try to contact that case because, pardon the language, the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze to be able to actually have that have an impact to maybe keep both the case and their close contacts from spreading potentially to other people. Whereas if there's something under 10 days and preferably under 6 days, then there's still more than half of the incubation period for the close contacts, or the actual isolation period for the case to prevent them from spreading germs. So we've been doing that. The whole region is doing that. There is not a single group that isn't in some way in Northern Virginia prioritizing this, because while we're hiring still, that doesn't mean we're going to be able to still get to anyone, because there's always an upper limit. And so anything the public can do to continue to comply with the governor's orders and reduce the social gathering would be really helpful in the way to prevent germ spread, which happens more in the smaller gatherings rather than this belief that there are so many 250 people gatherings or even 25. It's the small groups in homes that can be just as effective in transmitting the spread if it's with people outside of their home bubble. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. First of all, thank you, Mr. Manager, for caring to update the website continuously. This is really critical, and I thank everybody who's typing in right now this information. It's really important. One question that I had from a constituent is for Dr. Miller mostly. We saw that there is, he referred to the increased demand for testing right now. In anticipation to this, you successfully expanded the time, the hours at Arlington Mill, at the Arlington Mill site. Do you feel that we have to look forward to expanding that even more, or doing the same at the Quincy site as well? I just want to be certain that we are serving everybody to our best of our abilities. If we have a higher demand, that we adapt to that as good as we can.
Great question. Yeah, we continue to look to figure out where we can effectively add capacity. So we're, as you may remember, I mentioned, we're finalizing some contract details to bring on another provider, specifically at 2 locations in the 04 and 06 zip code. We think that'll help us add some additional capacity to be able to meet demand that we still continue to see. And then we're also working, as winter weather is in our background, we're working to make sure that our continuity plans are in place so that while we may see disruptions in other operations, that we can try and minimize disruptions at our sample collection and testing sites to make sure availability stays as open and accessible as possible. So I'll encourage people to keep tuned to the Arlington County website as well as emergency.arlingtonva.us for any updates or unanticipated closures due to severe weather at those sites.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any other questions? All right, so we'll stay tuned for our work session, and I'll invite anybody listening, if they've got particular questions that they'd like to have us ask during that work session, please send them in by email. I think we're all happy to, or however you want to contact us, I think we're all happy to try to answer the questions that our community most wants to hear about. Really appreciate all of the work. So when we started this, you said it was a marathon, I think, Mr. Schwartz, or maybe it's an ultra marathon. We've still got a ways to go, but I do think the end is in sight. So thank you so much. All right, Mr. Schwartz, back to you. Next item, I think.
Yeah, next item, Madam Chair and members of the board. In September, I committed to coming back to you this month with a report and proposal on 2 processes. The first would be a process on developing a new county logo, and the second would be on a process for renaming county parks, facilities, and streets. And so in the past 2 months, we've been out gathering community feedback through a series of questions that we asked on the gathering perspectives on race and equity, and that was an online assessment. And we also, as I mentioned, we're going through the process right now of updating our historic preservation master plan. And so we received considerable feedback on both of those. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to walk through a relatively brief slide presentation and then put up for you 2 documents for your consideration. And so we hopefully, I think it's Jennifer K. Smith is going to share her screen and we'll get the slides up there. So I wanted to thank, while we're getting them up there, I wanted to thank her and Bryna Helfer, and then Cameron Bell, who's works with the Department of Libraries, is one of our very talented interns who did a lot of work on this. So if we can go to the next slide, wanted to summarize the work that we've done on research. On slide 2, please. Okay. See if we can make that bigger.
Okay. It's good.
Okay. So there we go. So you can see I'm going to start a little bit over here on the right where it says logo and branding. As I mentioned, we had feedback from the dialogues on race and equity. And we also did a interesting historical review, was when was the county seal and logo put together. And we also took a look at some other communities to see how they had gone through a logo process and branding process. You also see on the left, we've taken a look at the same types of information we received on naming policies. We also went back and did a summary of the current policies we have when it comes to parks and recreation, how our Department of Environmental Services looks at street naming, and also we did some research on what the schools have done, and also took a look at a few other jurisdictions and some of the process that the Civic Federation uses when they're naming new civic associations. So if we go on to the next slide. This is, it's a little bit cut off here, but this is, I wanted to thank Cameron especially for doing this research. Going back to 1920, we took a look at all the material that we could find, and you'll see here that about 1959, 58, 59, we went back and looked, and up until that time, any seal that was used on county documents was actually the same seal that you see on the Virginia state flag, and that was used on official documents. The first time that we could actually find a reference to Arlington House was in the mid-1970s. 1974 was the first time we could find a county document that had both the Virginia state seal and a picture of the courthouse on it. And you can see in 1976, there was something that was an unofficial branding adopted at that point with the letter A, with the courthouse forming the middle part of the A. And then you can see that there was some variations on that style in 1979. There was an official action taken in 1983 by the county board to adopt the seal and place it on the county flag. In 2001, when we had another bicentennial for the actual creation of the what was originally the District of Columbia and Arlington as part of that 200-year bicentennial, you can see that there was a logo for that, which included the courthouse. And then there was an official adoption of a logo as opposed to the seal in the year 2004. And we've done some standardization of it back in 2007. And you can see this is where we are today with the county seal and logo. If we go on to the next slide. So as far as developing a new logo, I'm going to lay out a proposed plan. And step one is to ask community members to submit interest in serving on a new review panel. And we're going to ask people if they would do that between now and January, based on the assumption that we're moving away from the current logo. We're going to go and ask for concepts from the community starting in February. I'm hoping this would be a fun effort on the part of the community, and we'll getting a lot of hopefully creative designs, and that this panel would narrow down those submissions and work to develop, let's see, a final 3, 4, or 5 logos, depending on what we get in, and then work with a professional design firm to, I'll say, pretty them up, and then take them back to the community for voting. And it says ranking. I don't know, maybe perhaps we'll adopt what the Lee Highway Group did and we'll have ranked choice voting here. Could be an opportunity for that. The community would offer some comments on that, and then the goal would be to bring it back to the county board in July for a final action by the board through a final selection. Let's go on to the next slide. So as with anything, we're going to have a panel. We'll talk a little bit here about what kind of members there would be. It would be a manager-appointed panel, and you can see some of the kinds of characteristics we'd be looking for from members. If we go on to the next slide, that really sort of underpinning this is that we wanted to have, right now we have a county board, county logo and a county seal. We would be moving to one design that would serve as our seal and logo, and we would be spending some amount of money, and I'll come back to you with details on that, for some professional design help. And we would replace the current logo and seal as soon as practicable. And by that, I mean, we would not be going out and getting rid of a number of uniforms, or we have cups and we have lots of things immediately, but we would, as soon as possible, as things wear out, and hopefully as we have a new design, replace them. So as to what kinds of suggestions we've received for imagery, this was through the dialogues that I just mentioned. You can see there's a number of natural features that people focused on. There's also some man-made features, whether that's the skyline in Roslyn or the outline of not just the county, but also some of the landmarks in the county. And you can see some other abstract symbols that were highlighted as potential focus for logo imagery. Go on to the next slide. So as to the logo, my specific recommendation is that you endorse this process today. Starting tomorrow, we would post on the Engage Arlington page a place for people to express their interest in serving on a panel. And then starting in February, we will get some submissions. We'll have a process for that for new logos. So I'll come back to this at the end with a specific document that I'm going to ask you to look at and adopt. But if we could move on now to the renaming policy. The objective here, and we have several disparate naming groups that are responsible for naming now, is to move to one policy and one approach for naming of county parks, county facilities, and county streets. If you go on to slide 11, we have put together what I think is a reasonable proposal that would ask for input from community members and organizations that could come to, I'll just say, a group that we would have available to consider all name changes. That group would target 2 dates a year, probably 6 months apart, to sit down and take a look at any suggested name changes and the justification, and look at the background for any of those proposed name changes. Those proposals would go on our Engage at Arlington webpage and be available for review. And again, so that we don't have to do this, we don't have the board or excuse me, the group always voting on this, we would set aside 2 days during the year to do that. Now, the note at the bottom here, which I think is important, we would be, as we move ahead with new county parks and new streets or buildings, we would, as we have in the past, incorporate the naming of those new facilities as part of the design process. Let's say, for example, there's a new park or a new community center, we would include the naming as part of that. Let's go on to the next slide. We have proposed here a separate group of about 13 to 15 members that would represent a diverse range of experiences and perspectives. And you can see there the list of the kinds of perspectives we'd be looking for. Also, I think it's actually really important to notice at the bottom we've added here, we would like to have a historian or scholar, hopefully one person could be both of them, that could provide that perspective on certain names and the history behind them. Again, let's go on to the next slide where we talk about some of the criteria we've proposed here. Rather than reading through all of them, I will tell you that there's a number of references here to either historical basis, geographic basis, diversity and representation. And I would like to let the community know my proposal here, as you go on to the last slide, is that this set of recommendations, which is memorialized in a one-page document, be posted for review and comment by the community, and that we come back to the county board in January for a public hearing and adoption of the naming process. There's a couple of reasons for that. Right now, we currently have the Parks and Recreation Commission, the HALRB, our landmark review board, that have roles in this, and I wanted to make sure they have an opportunity to weigh in, as do members of the public. And I think it's a little bit more complicated here to figure out how all our facilities and streets would go through this process. In contrast, the board had been very clear that the logo was going to be retired and be replaced, so I feel like it's appropriate to move ahead with action on that. So with that, what I'm going to do is post here, if we can get up the document that is the actual proposal for the logo policy. I'm going to ask Jennifer if you can do that. Pull this down and pull up the logo policy.
Yeah, give me just a second. Right there.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
Okay. So this was posted on the county website yesterday, and it has an overview of the process. The objective is to develop one logo visual identity for the county government. The process is laid out there. Step one is talking about the members of a panel who express interest, February. Step 2, submission of designs. A panel considers that during March to May, and then the last 3 to 5 are posted in June for a vote, and then adoption by the county board in July. And then below that, you can see there's the same list of criteria and suggestions that we've received to date. So I'm going to pause on that because I know there may be comments, questions, or perhaps edits. What I'm asking you to do is to consider this document, and if you want to revise it or make other adjustments to it, that would be fine, but actually suggest that you take a vote on adopting this part of it. And then once that consideration is done, I'll put up the other document by way of information. So I'm going to turn it back to you, Madam Chair, on that.
Yeah, Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So I think what you want us to do is sort of endorse the process, and it's going to be coming back. Some of it's going to be coming back in January. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Right. What I'd like you to do is to actually accept my recommendations on the logo so that we can move ahead with that and make it clear to people that we are moving away from the current logo and seal. As to the renaming process, I think that's a little bit more involved, and I'd like you to just give me a head nod that we can post that on our website so that people can give us their thoughts over the next month.
Thank you. So a lot of details clearly to be worked out most on that one particularly. All right, thank you. Colleagues, I think I would like to have a motion first and then discussion if that's all right. I'm assuming there will not be a lot of changes right now, but I could be wrong. Would anyone like to make a motion? Mr. Karantonis, I see your hand up. But you're muted if you're trying to.
I'm muted, yes. Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to make a motion, I guess, to adopt the proposed policy to retire and replace Arlington County's current logo and seal, the ones that depict the Custis Lee Mansion, and engage in the process of replacing them as the county manager proposes. I have one amendment to the proposed
all right, why don't
sequence.
If we could, why don't I see if I have a second, and then we'll get into amendments. Is that all right?
Sure.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. DeFranti has seconded. All right, so we have, this is what's up before us is the main motion, and what would you like to change, Mr. Cantona?
The change is fine. We had this discussion since July, and I believe there is a reason why, the reason that we are replacing this logo is, of course, because this logo is offensive. And therefore, we really are in a hurry to retire it and to make it disappear from our official documents, etc. So therefore, I think that once a replacement will be selected and adopted in July, as I understand it, after that, I would like to see a timeline, a schedule. So, for example, would be about a year enough or a year and a half enough to complete the not trivial sequence of replacing the logo across the entirety of Arlington County's operations. I can imagine that we can change it on our website and on our stationery, etc., very, very fast, but other things will take a while. So it's a technical question, also a question of cost, but definitely an important question as to how fast we can go through this process after the first 6 months that we'll be spending in finding a replacement for the logo with the help of our community.
So if I heard you correctly, what you would like to do is add a statement that we also would like a time in July when it all comes forward, that we'll have a time schedule for when replacements happen with a variety of items. Okay, because that is complex. It will take a while to figure it out. Mr. Schwartz, did you have something to say? I see you on the screen.
No, I would just add that I'd be happy to come back in July with a timeline. I will not begin to even guess as to the number of places where the symbol appears on the sides of vehicles and those kinds of things, but we can definitely come back in July with a timeline on that.
I think that would be great. And I'm saying I don't wear the pin anymore. I'm hoping there's some things we should be able to do just right away. There's some things that we've changed already, but it's going to take us a little while, as I found to my embarrassment, where there's the seal on my invitation to my swearing in today. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Do you want to make that an official addition to this? I think everybody's probably okay with it. I see Mr. Dorsey's hand is up. Mr. Dorsey, why don't I go to you, and then we'll see if we can just include this into the main motion. Mr. Dorsey. You're muted, Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine adding that to the main motion. I do want to explore a little bit the timeline that is proposed. And Mr. Schwartz, step 3 is where a bulk of the time is going to be nubbed, with a 3-month period envisioned there for the panel to review submissions and further refine them. Can you give us a sense of why that time frame and whether there are opportunities to shorten it up?
Let me answer that by saying there is an opportunity to shorten it up. We think that spring is a very creative time of the year, and so we just wanted to devote the entire season to it, but we'd be happier to make that a shorter timeline.
Yeah, I'll just say I have an interest, colleagues, in, I just think we should have a real focused amount of time to do this. I think, we always allow ourselves the ability to delay if there is a reason to, but I'd like to build in a sense of urgency here. We can accomplish it one of two ways, just by voicing the expectation now that we do it with more than all deliberate speed might be fine. If you all are willing, we can actually adjust these up. I'm open to the will of the group.
How would you propose to adjust them up? March to May in step 3? What are you thinking?
I would just suggest that we advance the timeline by in the March to May, make it March to April, and then advance everything else by a month.
Effectively end the process in June. That's when we're targeting to be finished.
Does that work?
It works for me, Madam Chair. The sooner the better. Mr. Dorsey is absolutely right.
Okay.
And for me.
Mr. Seconder, so this is a friendly amendment, right? The seconder approves it?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I don't know if Ms. Jacobs, if it would help if you can, if our clerk can, if you're able to edit that at all and have.
She's going to have a problem because we have posted the PDF file. So, but we'll see.
Right.
Oh wait, she has special skills.
That's actually Miss Jennifer K. Smith using her magic.
Let's see.
Right there, March, May, if we can make it March, April. And then the other change we had, yeah.
If I also, yes, along with the time, yeah.
Yes, yes. For implementation. Sure, it's fine. Yep, that's fine. Okay. All right, to make sure this is all friendly amendments, right? The maker and seconder is good with all. Thank you. Anything more, Mr. Dorsey? Your hand is still up. Did you have more? Your head is
I'm fine, thanks.
Down. That's fine. Mr. DeFranti's hand is up. Mr. DeFranti.
Just appreciate actually that's step 3 was the area that I was looking to. So appreciate the tightening up, and I also appreciate the timeline. And I think this accomplishes what we had talked about over the last 4 months. So thanks to the manager as well as colleagues. I'm glad that we're going to be proceeding with this.
And pretty good deliberate speed here. Anything else, or are we ready to vote?
And thanks to the community that has assisted us with doing that and thinking through this.
Yes, and they will be helping us quite a bit more, I think, because we've got a large role for them. This really is about our community, and it's important. All right, I think we're all set to go. I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion before us as amended with 2 friendly amendments, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Ms. Garvey also says aye. All right, that passes 4-0. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also would like just to post, and I don't think you need to do anything other than we're just going to acknowledge it. Here it is, the proposed policy and process for renaming county parks, facilities, and streets. This is posted on our website. This is here and available for comment. And my recommendation is we would bring it back to the county board meeting of January 23rd for a full vote. So if people have comments, we will take that. we will have my proposals. We'll have a board report. We would have a hearing and conversation and vote on it at the January meeting if that meets with the approval of the board.
Fine to me. I've got a head nod from me. Any concerns about this, colleagues? Seeing none, I don't see any hands. I don't see any frowns. I think we're good to go. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Look forward to this in January. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the staff that worked pretty hard on that. So that was item 4 of 9. So we're going to be zipping along now. Thank you very much. Item 5, I wanted to give an update on eviction prevention. We're approaching the end of the calendar year and the end of CARES funding, which is on December 30th for a number of our COVID-related programs and services. And, as I've said before, we're really focused on eviction. We still face the prospect of potentially an end to the moratorium on evictions at the end of the month. Hopefully that there can be some action on that at the federal level. And we also, even though we keep seeing signs of hope on that the Congress will move ahead with an aid package, we can never take that for granted. So in order to ensure we do not have any disruption in the assistance we're providing on eviction prevention, I'm proposing that we allocate $1.6 million out of the COVID contingent that we created as part of the adopted fiscal 21 budget. That amount of money is our estimate of what would be needed to carry us through the end of February. And that will allow time, I think, for the federal government and the state government, hopefully, to get their house in order and have their actions become clear. And so to date, we've helped about 2,400 households, and we've been able to, I think, make some really solid progress. And as I made reference, we have that $10.2 million COVID contingent set aside. People should understand that to date, we've allocated $1.1 million out of that contingent, and that's gone for eviction prevention, the grocery card pilot that we did, and some smaller allocations for small business. So we'll continue to provide updates on that as we move through the process. We also have posted a very extensive demographic and caseload analysis on our website, which people should take a look at. Given the way it's set up as a contingent, I don't need you to sort of like take a formal vote on this, but I'm going to ask you to do the proverbial head nod on this. And if you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for the manager at this point? Mr. DeFranti.
I was trying to think of whether "so nodded" is the appropriate phrase instead of the actual physical head nod, but you've got it.
I'm watching. I am. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. And, looking at what's going on across the river, we really can't depend on places that actually should be coming to our assistance, at least not quickly. And I'm so glad that we have this contingent and we can draw upon it to keep people in their homes and food on the table and getting them access to health care. Thank you very much. So head nods all around.
Thank you very much. Next item is there was a press release that went out on this morning, but I wanted to make sure I emphasized to the community where we are on body-worn cameras. As you know, that if you've read the press release, effective tomorrow, our police officers will begin wearing the cameras and recording all the calls for service, enforcement, and all their investigative contacts. And this includes the people who will be wearing them as the officers assigned to patrol, special operations, community outreach, K-9, and our emergency response team, or that's commonly referred to as our SWAT team. And this is going to complement, people should realize, of course, we've had for quite a while in-car cameras, and we've had cameras in our interview rooms. And thanks to action of the board back in July when the CIP was adopted, we've allocated funds for this, upgrades to our courtrooms, and also money for replacing the in-car camera systems and the relevant staffing. Just another note, which I think is important, in November, the police department, the sheriff's office, and remember the fire marshals are also included in this program. We sought public feedback on a draft policy about how we would handle digital evidence. and we received a number of comments which we've included in the final policy. So that is by way of update, and happy to take any questions on that, and I'll pause.
That's fine. Let me see if there are any questions here. I'll have a quick question. I think you may have said that, but I know before when we passed this for the CIP, part of this was not just the new body-worn cameras, but also upgrading the cameras in the car and then making sure that the cameras in the courtroom, the car, all of it is on the same system and can be used easily back and forth, which was a big improvement that we needed to make there too. So
that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, extension and upgrade. Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Manager, so do I understand it correctly? So the officers that you mentioned will be wearing these cameras. They will be, the footage will be generated. It will be stored and it will be used or, reviewed. But we still don't have a policy adopted on how exactly to deal with that, right?
Well, what we do have is a policy regarding how the digital evidence will be stored, and best practices and standards that talk about how we're going to train and use that data. Now, that information is also, that policy is also being looked at by our outside consultant that we have brought on board as part of the police practices group. So we will have some validation from an external party on that, and that should be coming fairly shortly.
And the fact that our police, our law enforcement officers will be wearing these cameras, they will be also gathering some experience with these, so that will be informing the process well, yes. I guess. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? I think, Mr. Manager,
we are rounding the bend. Item 7. Arlington, we pushed out a press release on this, but I just have to say that very excited about this. This year, the Human Rights Campaign, which comes to Arlington every year and does an assessment. The Human Rights Campaign is an advocacy group. It's the largest LGBTQ group in the United States, and they rate municipalities on the inclusivity of our local laws and policies as relating to members of the LGBTQ community. And they take a look at our non-discrimination laws, how we behave as an employer, the kind of services we provide, how our law enforcement carries out its policies, and the positions of our elected leaders and appointed leaders. And this year, for the first time ever, we have received a perfect score of 100, which I have to tell you that for many years we were in the 90s, and getting those last couple of points was not an easy thing. I wanted to give a huge shout out to Gurjit Shima, who's our assistant county manager and the head of the Office of Human Rights, and also the outstanding employee resource groups that work with us. And I just wanted to say so many departments have contributed to this achievement, and I'm very proud of it and take a lot of pride in it. So I just wanted to announce that.
And Mr. Fassett should be very pleased. He used to kind of gnash his teeth every year when we got so close, but not there. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. And at the risk of ruining the moment, I'm not trying to do so, but I know that there are going to be very observant people who are going to get a hold of the scorecard and see that there is some mismatch between the maximum number of points possible and what we were awarded, and presume that that is not, in fact, a perfect score. So just to clarify, it is the highest score possible, but we did not get every point that was still awarded. So the good news is we still have more room to grow.
Yes, we do. And there are always, and I would say the MEI group, which takes a look at this, is always changing their criteria, which is a good thing, and pushing us to do better. So we will, we're not perfect. We're constantly aiming towards perfection. If we get there, I think that would be somewhat surprising.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Dorsey, because you're correct. People will come back to us about that.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so next one.
Two items here. The board adopted a policy earlier this year that allows me to accept donations of $50,000 or less. And so I wanted to announce my first donation acceptance under that policy. I'll be coming back to you in January where I ask you, when we have this money in hand, that you actually appropriate the funds. We have officially received a $50,000, right at the limit, a $50,000 donation from the Chen Frame Foundation to assist Arlington's small business community. Now, here, pay attention to this because this is something I learned I had no clue about. Drs. Yanping Chen and Jay Davidson Frame have lived in Arlington for the last 25 years. And they are founders of the University of Management and Technology, which was founded in 1998 and headquartered in Roslyn. And they have made numerous donations from their foundation to support schools, universities, and educational foundations. And I think that one thing, I have not talked directly with him, but I think Telly Tucker has, in our Director of Economic Development. I think though they've been in our community for 25 years and made a number of donations, this is actually the first time I became aware of them. And I think they're trying to, in a good way, raise their profile and wanted to know how it was that they could make a contribution that would really have an impact. So they have been paying attention. They've seen the challenges that our small businesses are facing with the pandemic. And they've talked with the Arlington Economic Development and want to make this donation so that they can help our small businesses. So I wanted to say a hearty thank you. I hope that when the pandemic is over, I can actually meet both of these gentlemen in person and bring them here for the recommendation, the commendation that they deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Another good thing for the pandemic. Go ahead.
So last, but certainly not least, I know that every year we do a year-end video, and it's usually a celebration of all the things we've done this year. And I think that in recognition of some of the challenges we've faced, we've gone slim this year. We have a very short, and I think fully appropriate, given where we are, a thank you video that I wanted to put out there that speaks to all the assistance we receive from our employees and also members of our community. So as my last item, I'm going to tell David to roll the video. "2020 has presented Arlington with challenges we never could have anticipated. As we approach the holidays, I wanted to take this minute to thank county staff, our partner organizations, and most of all, the residents of the county for your patience, perseverance, and good spirit as we work through these difficult times.
Thank you for the many, many hours you have given to your community this year.
And thank you to our indispensable and tireless public health and medical providers.
And thank you to the nonprofit sector who has provided people with support during these challenging times.
Thank you to our hardworking county staff who made sure that vital government services continued without interruption.
Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful holiday season.
Okay, so that was short and sweet and a thank you. And with that, I conclude my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. I think that was pretty appropriate. I think we probably will have some comments about the year when we get to January, but I think we all want to get to January right now. It's been quite a year. So, all right, colleagues, we now need to go into closed session, and when we will be back out to handle the regular hearing items no earlier than 6:30. I think we might make it by 6:30. And so I need to make a motion for us to go into closed meeting. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.23711A3 for the purpose of discussing one matter involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy and bargaining position. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. It's shorter than it usually is. Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey also says aye. All right, thank you, colleagues. We are now in closed session, and it's 5:15. Would people like 15 minutes and to regroup at 5:30? Hopefully, we'll also have time after that, or do you want to just rush through and hope to have a larger time period later?
Actually, I'm good with both, but actually, it's one night and we can go. I mean,
All
depends
right,
on everybody else.
let's just
I'm
roll
flexible.
through. That's fine. Let's just
So what
roll
are we
through.
doing?
Is that all right, Mark? We need to leave this meeting though, guys.
Right. Are we starting right away?
Yeah, that's what I think we're doing. Is okay?
Okay.
It'll keep everybody moving fast.
Unless we need 5, I'm good, but okay.
You can take 5 and we'll wait for you.
Okay.
Arlington County Board is back in open session, colleagues. Need to certify, and I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Ms. Garvey,
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey,
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Fine, and I think we are now to hearing from our consent agenda item speakers. That's what we will take first this evening, and I have just a few for those of you who have not done this before. I'll go over the sort of brief kind of run through on how we do it. So while you are waiting to speak, please keep your phones and devices muted until you're called. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. So if you're calling in by phone, make sure you press *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer, browser, and app, click the microphone button on the toolbar so we can hear you. Board members, though, will not be able to see you, but we can hear you. And you will be able to hear the meeting through the device that you're speaking on. Please turn off the sound on any other device that's around you, including your TV, if you're following the meeting on our cable stations. And please note there is a 30 to 40 second delay in the live stream and the cable broadcast. So if you're speaking on items from Saturday's consent agenda, you've got 3 minutes to speak on all matters. Please listen to the tone to indicate when your time has elapsed. And after speaking, you can exit the call, but you can continue to watch the meeting and participate that way via live stream, online, or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085, and Verizon Fios 39 and 40. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the consent agenda items speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Alexandra Gundert, followed by Chris Slatt.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. This is Alexandra. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the board's pending approval of VDOT's project agreement for performance parking. I thank the board for moving this item to tonight's meeting. I believe given the scope of impact to county residents, a final decision of this magnitude warrants public comment, and I thank you for approving my request to speak. While I applaud the county for wanting to take advantage of VDOT funding, to use these resources in a manner that would decrease transportation accessibility and contribute to the county's wealth inequality would be a misuse of local taxpayer dollars. To think that $5.4 million will be used to essentially create a system to give the rich better access to parking is disheartening. I certainly agree with the project's aim to reduce congestion. However, I believe increasing revenue, not congestion mitigation, is the main driver behind this proposed agreement. The board should be transparent in their approach to raise revenue as they did when they increased meter rates in FY19, rather than disguise this as a way to reduce traffic at the expense of low-income residents. Arguably most important is how things have changed since the board first recommended implementing parking pricing strategies in their 2009 report, or since 2018 when the Smart Scale program was initially approved. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly altered the economic landscape of the county. Under this program, the increased surge costs of simply parking for a doctor's visit will greatly add up and unfairly disadvantage lower and middle-class individuals. Having a parking model in which the price changed based off of the time of day makes it near impossible to budget and will discourage residents and visitors from parking to visit small businesses. Additionally, resident complaints about parking almost always turns to the question of why not just avoid it and take public transportation instead. Unfortunately, COVID's financial impact to Metro has resulted in the WMATA board proposing to eliminate weekend rail service, close 19 stations, including 4 here in Arlington alone, and ending our main Metro bus route 38B. Remaining alternatives include the ride-hailing services such as Uber and Lyft, which are not financially sustainable, and scooters or walking are not feasible to many with disabilities. Additionally, I would like to know what, if any, equity or socioeconomic analysis of this proposal has been conducted and shared with the board members. I worry that the promises that the board has made in the past to consider equity implications were simply words on paper. As many Arlingtonians are on track to lose transportation and alternatives to driving, I implore you to realize the need of these consequences of such a program, even if implemented temporarily. The word SMART may have been in the original funding name, but it's anything but that. Given the numerous proposed parking changes coming to county residents, including the revamp of the RPP program, I've been discouraged that this proposal did not receive the level of public engagement that one did. I urge all board members to not approve this agreement and in turn apply for grant funding that better aligns with an equitable transportation system for all. Thank you so much for your time and my consideration of my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and I hope you'll stay tuned. The staff presentation should be up right after our next speaker, and I think that will answer a number of your questions. So thank you for coming. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chris Slatt.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Slatt, and I'm the chair of Arlington County's Transportation Commission. This item, since it was a kind of routine acceptance of grant funds, did not go before the commission, so I'm speaking this evening on my personal capacity. But I did want to add some context from performance parking is something the commission has looked at many times in the past. So, for instance, the commission did overwhelmingly support the original grant application in 2018, and performance parking is an explicitly stated policy of our parking and curbside management element of the Master Transportation Plan. Specifically, it is Policy 5, which says utilize parking meter pricing strategies that vary by hour and location to better match parking availability and demand. Implement newer technologies such as multi-space meters and credit card and cell phone payment to enhance parking options. Implementation of a performance parking pilot or program has been a long-stated priority of the Commission. As an example, an excerpt from our letter to the board in 2015 about raising meter rates and extending meter hours said, quote, "We urge the board and staff to continue taking the steps required to move to a performance parking model where on-street parking prices can be matched block by block to the parking demand so that our curb space is used most efficiently, drastically reducing the negative effects we currently experience from circling for underpriced on-street spaces and the inherent subsidy it provides to driving, which skews people's choices between driving, biking, transit, or walking. It is important to note that performance parking is not like Uber's unpredictable surge pricing. In a performance parking program, pricing changes are implemented slowly over the course of many months, not suddenly and unpredictably. So people are able to know before they go what that parking might cost, depending on where they end up finding it. Pricing is a time-tested method of efficiently allocating a scarce resource that encourages conservation and efficient use. This is why we even price something as necessary for survival as water. Performance parking is about the county managing the resource of on-street parking efficiently. A well-implemented performance parking system will save people time, make parking easier to find, reduce congestion and greenhouse gas emissions, and reduce double parking. I urge the board to move forward with this grant acceptance, and I and the Commission look forward to working with staff in a robust public process to implement a transparent and effective program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slatt. And I think that's our final speaker, Madam Clerk.
Correct.
All right. I think we are now over to you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making a presentation on the performance parking item is a person who I know you have missed dearly, Stephen Krim.
Good evening. I am here as a preface to give you a little more information about the VDOT grant agreement before you. The county manager recommends that you accept $5.4 million in funding from VDOT's Innovation and Technology Transportation Fund and take the other actions necessary or approve the other actions necessary to receive that money. In short, these funds will be used to design and pilot a system that varies the price of on-street parking with demand for that parking. And there's a few goals with this pilot. First and foremost, the goal is to see, is this something that benefits our community and something to become a permanent program or a temporary experiment? But more specifically, the first goal is to give people who park on street more choices than they have today. To illustrate this, here is a map from the Penn Quarter Chinatown area of the District of Columbia, where performance parking is a reality today. But imagine you have two people who are going to a restaurant at this blue pin here. With performance parking, a person who is willing to park on a less popular, less in-demand block could walk a bit more and pay lower rates, perhaps even than they pay today. At the same time, higher prices on really popular blocks will help keep a few spaces open there. And any driver that really wants to park close by, maybe they're late for a dinner date, will be able to find a space close to the destination. The pilot will also test a system that provides real-time information about where parking is and is not available. The public will be able to try out this data and see if it makes the travel experience more predictable and less frustrating. But this information is not only useful to drivers, it might be useful to us as county staff and to you as the board. As we all know, parking is very important to many people, but we frequently don't have as much data about parking as we do about other matters like traffic volume, speed, transit ridership, and so on. The data necessary to vary prices with demand therefore also gives us a way to see what parking demand is actually like in the most dense parts of the county, information that can benefit our transportation decision making. The pilot will design and install systems necessary to bring performance parking to all of the metered streets in the county's metro corridors, which are the streets in dark orange. You may notice that I'm not saying too much about what the hardware and software will be or how it will work or how we'll make decisions about pricing specifically. And that's because the grant funds are intended to pay for figuring all of that out. We haven't made those decisions yet, though we do have some ideas that I can talk to you about in question and answer based on what other cities have done. Also, we don't know what all of our measures of success might be, but here are some that we can think of right away. A measure of success would be if it's easier to find parking in areas of high demand, if more people choose to park on blocks where it's less popular today. It will also be successful if drivers spend less time looking for parking. If people tell us that parking is easier or that they have better parking information, and if there's less double parking, which is, of course, important because that affects all other forms of transportation, including people on bicycles, on buses, and so on. One final important note that the project is not designed to raise revenue. It's designed to make parking more efficient. And while rates may go up on some blocks, they will go down or stay the same as present on others. We don't know the change yet. In other cities, the change has varied some. As Mr. Slatt alluded to or mentioned directly, this is a project that's in line with one of the policies from the Master Transportation Plan. And prior to today, the board adopted or supported this project on 3 other occasions by including it in the adopted FY19 10-year CIP, by authorizing our Smart Scale application, and then adopting it again as part of the fiscal 21 one-year CIP. Here are some of the general tasks before us, which you see include engaging the public and then also evaluating the pilot. Actually, VDOT is we are discussing with VDOT how to pay for that pilot. It would be outside of this main grant, but we would be working with them on an evaluation strategy. And I know that this item was pulled because of concern about how this would impact people with low incomes. And first, I'll say again that I don't have all the answers to those concerns. And the grant that we're asking you to approve will pay for us to do the design and planning work that allows us to consider how people with low incomes or racial minorities need to be considered and map out any mitigations that are necessary. But before I end, I do want to help frame this issue with a few thoughts. First of all, people with more cars in Arlington have higher incomes. Here you see the average incomes of households by the number of vehicles that they own and how it increases as you get to more cars. Now, many Arlington households with low incomes certainly do own cars, no question. But as we consider the impacts of parking pricing, it's important to remember that the high-income households are more likely to have the vehicles in the first place. Also, on the whole, non-white resident households own fewer vehicles than residents headed by a person who identifies as white. Now, many Arlington households headed by a person of color have more than one car, but as we consider the impacts of parking pricing, it's important to remember that households headed by a white householder are more likely to have vehicles in the first place as well. Finally, I want to bring back the point about choice and how the benefits of this program and burdens can vary in ways that aren't necessarily immediately obvious. Again, the pilot is a chance to give people of all incomes and backgrounds more choices. With performance parking, parking rates on blocks where lots of people want to park may increase, but on other less popular blocks, they may decrease. So if a person is in a situation, maybe long-term or short-term, where the cost of parking is really important, he or she will be able to park on a less crowded block for less money. Today, in contrast, everyone pays the same meter rate regardless of how popular that block is or how popular a block is relative to any other block. And I also want to point out that, of course, those disadvantaged in our society often lack money, and they also, though, have time pressures that privileged individuals often do not have. And we see performance parking as an opportunity to give benefit to time-pressed drivers of all backgrounds so that they can save the time when they need it. And for just a moment, let me put this in terms of a hypothetical. So let's imagine that this person in the red is a woman who works a retail job with an hourly wage, and she's found daycare slots for her children in Arlington. And let's pretend that this blue push pin is now that daycare center, not the restaurant. And there's some popular stores nearby, maybe some other facilities that are really popular. And so parking on that block has always been a challenge. One day, her employer requires her to, stay after her normal hours for about 30 minutes to finish up some tasks from her shift. And by having to stay late, she runs a real risk of getting to the daycare after pickup time ends and getting a $50 charge for late pickup. With performance parking, we have the opportunity to give a person in this situation the option to park at a higher price, but with the ability to find a space right away. Perhaps our person here, she would normally park on one of these less popular blocks when she has the time, but today it would make sense for her to drive right to the daycare center, park in one of the more expensive spaces, and run in to get her children in order to avoid the late pickup fee. Without this kind of opportunity, she might have to continue circling for parking. And even if she would pay less per hour, she would still have to pay the late pickup fee. Now, these are just some opening thoughts about who's burdened and who benefits, and full consideration, of course, of these important issues are still to come. That said, I hope that these bits of information demonstrate that these issues are on our mind as we get started. And with that, I'll reiterate the manager's recommendation that you approve the grant agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Nice to see you again after such a long time. And I appreciate the examples there. All right, colleagues, could I have a motion? I think we might be able to just do a motion to get us started, and then we'll have discussion, if that's all right. Would somebody like to make a motion? Mr. DeFranti?
Sure, happy to make a motion that we approve the, let's see, I just want to check to see if I was on mute. Sorry, happy to make a motion that we accept the county manager's recommendation that we accept the $5.4 million in innovation and technology transportation funding from VDOT, approve the resolution indicating county manager to indicating the county manager authority to execute all documents related to the project agreement, attachment A of the staff report, approve the project agreement between the County of Arlington and VDOT, attachment B of the staff report, subject to approval of the documents as to form by the county attorney, and in addition, appropriate $5.4 million in VDOT ITTF grant funds to the Department of Environmental Services for performance parking. That's the motion.
All right, is there a second? Yeah,
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All right, Mr. DeFranti, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I really appreciate I believe it's Ms. Gundert coming in and speaking and raising the equity concerns. I think it's appropriate that we have this conversation. Mr. Krim's, your diagram of what could be, I guess, the Gallery Place area in DC and your description of how equity might be impacted with lower rates for some parking spots that might be blocks, a couple blocks away, was persuasive on the pure cost equity. And I also feel as though with respect to disabilities, I'd hope we would be making sure that there are parking spaces available for, as we must under Virginia law and federal law, spaces available for disabilities. So with those and Mr. Slatt's points, that's why I made the motion.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Mr. Karantonis, and I'll go to Mr. Dorsey.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for Mr. Krim. This is a pilot. We try to find out, how this would work in our two most congested and sought after corridors, especially for parking. I have a question. So, is that money going to fund a study, or are we actually going to decide what kind of technology to deploy, sensors to embed in the street, or in light fixtures or so? Are we going actually to physically test it out somewhere in a few blocks?
Question?
Yes, the idea is that we would be testing it with a system on the ground, in the ground, or wherever we end up needing to place this equipment after we go through a design process. But the idea would be to test it across the entirety of those two corridors, because it's not just a planning exercise; it's like an actual live pilot to see how customers feel about the program, to see what it does in terms of making more efficient use of parking, and so on.
So it's basically deploying a program in two relatively big regions, right? Big areas, correct?
Correct.
So if this goes well and we deem it, compliant with the goals that we have today, and we will be developing and discussing in the future, then this stays and continues. This is how I understand that then.
If it meets measures of success, it continues. I will say that, we're not changing the existing, we intend to use the existing meter inventory. So if, it came down that this was just not right for the community, we could turn the pricing part off. We could continue to even perhaps work or get the data that would come out of the system. But, VDOT and the Department of Environmental Services are clear that while this is like a broad geographic scope, it is a pilot. There are, of course, also other parts of the county that have meters that are not included in this because the geographic spread for, the number of metered spaces we're talking about just didn't seem like a wise thing to do. So we're focused on our densest areas first.
So the way I understand that, and I was remembering the Penn Quarter / Chinatown Gallery Place, that's the place that DC ran. So is that basically what we add to the current infrastructure is a sensor system that senses how many vehicles are parked at any given time and along a curb, how many vacancies there are, and how often this happens in certain times, what are the peak times, what are the valley times, etc., and software and analysis of these data. That's what we are basically adding to what we already have.
That's correct. I would say that the important thing is getting what we feel is a very accurate depiction of occupancy. Now, what technology is actually used is an open question, and that's something we'll be putting out through a competitive procurement process. The technology on this does evolve somewhat rapidly. It seems like every company wants to sell us something, so we will see what the market comes back with in terms of actual technology. But yes, the basic structure that you outlined is what we have in mind.
And we will be measuring also the impacts on multimodal use and on the equity implications while we're using the system, because as I understand that you have to go through several iterations. So you set an initial parking, pricing regime, and then after a few months you change that, adapting for the data that you're getting in, and then you see how this performs, and then you refine that, and then you refine that again until you get to a place where you have this blue, red, green map, right?
Yes, in general, yes. I think the question of what we're measuring for is actually an open one. So we certainly want to have dimensions that are like social, not just transportation, but that's certainly something for us to further work out with VDOT and to scope as part of the process to be funded with the grant.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is quite intriguing, and I do appreciate Alexandra's coming to us and raising the equity concerns. I think this is always first and foremost whenever dynamic pricing concepts are introduced. First, a question, and then some concluding comments. So, Mr. Krim, is part of this grant, and do we have a sense of what our process will be to engage either a consultant or to undergo the necessary research in the many places that this has been implemented across the world to see about what are the best practices to ensure that the price setting approach delivers on equitable outcomes? I'm a little familiar with the San Francisco experience, which actually decreased average prices overall. Do we have a way that we're thinking about framing and conducting this study?
Not yet. That is something where we want to get the offerer or potential vendors to come back to us with their plan. I don't want to speak too much to what might be in an RFP, but that is certainly, let's say this, we want certainly to have something that reaches a broad base of people, but we also want to hear what experience there is in terms of not only like how to do the actual implementation, but also what's the experience in how to engage the public about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting, and knowing that it'll be top of mind for the county is enough for me at this point, because just say as a concluding comment, the application of this technology is not the issue. It's really the approach that a locality takes to the price setting approach. And to also recognize that our current system doesn't exactly promote equity when you have per hour charges that are uniform across the county and don't reflect the actual demand or time of day of the space being used in question. So this has a chance to actually deliver some real benefits to people as long as we do it well, and as long as we're going to be equipped with the resources to get the necessary expertise to help us do it well. I'm comfortable that this will be a huge improvement in our management of on-street parking.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Any other questions or comments from colleagues? All right. I too find this intriguing. It's going to be fascinating to watch. I'm so glad we're doing a pilot. This is incredibly complex, changing rapidly. And as Mr. Dorsey was pointing out, I mean, there are all kinds of, it's, like a complicated tool. It can be used for good or for ill, and we want to use it for good. And I think we certainly can improve on what we've got now. So it's going to be interesting to watch. And thank you. That means we're going to be talking to you some more, Mr. Krim, even if we finish up the RPP. So that's just great. All right. Colleagues, I think we're set to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I say aye as well. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much. All right. Madam Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Item 37, interagency funding agreement between Arlington County Government and Arlington County Public Schools for design and construction of Phase 1 of stormwater infrastructure at Reed Elementary School, 1644 North McKinley Road.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making a presentation this evening is Adil Chauhan, who is from the Department of Environmental Services, along with Demetra McBride, who will be assisting. So over to you, Adil.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Encore to go ahead and put the presentation up and share his screen. Okay, thank you. Just briefly to start off, I'm going to recap what the requested board action is today. We are requesting the approval of approval to transfer fund $1.54 million to Arlington County Public Schools to fund the phase 1 of the stormwater detention vault construction on Reed School site. The Reed School detention vault is an initial first step in addressing flooding in the Torreyson Run watershed. Next slide, please. This slide shows this map shows, this is an entire map of the entire county, and it shows the various watersheds that are in the county in blue lines. The various dots represent the flooding complaints that we've received during the previous significant events starting in 2006. All the dots, when you combine them together, basically reference a heat map of flooding across the county. The areas in the yellow show high-risk flooding areas across the county. For this presentation, we're focusing on the Reed Elementary School site, which is located in Torreyson Run, about where Encore is pointing. And the Reed School Elementary site is located about midway in the Torreyson Run watershed. Next slide, please. The board has seen some version of this slide previously when we talked about the CAP, but for this presentation, I'm going to focus on the blended approach that we're taking to address flooding. So as we take a look at flooding across the county and the causes of flooding, it's become clear that it's going to take a holistic approach to address flooding in the county. And we have to take a combination of solutions rather than one solution to address flooding. We're calling this the blended approach, and it basically consists of distributed detention throughout the watershed, construction of additional stormwater pipes, inlets, overland relief, private investments such as floodproofing, and modeling the 100-year floodplain. The first step to addressing flooding in the Torreyson Run watershed with this blended approach is to proceed with the construction of the detention vault on Reed School site. This will address the 10-year storm, and other improvements will be needed, such as overland relief, and mitigating efforts will be needed to address larger storms fully in the watershed. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, looks like we're okay. All right. So this aerial image shows a close-up of the Reed School site, and a couple of things I'm going to point out here. The gray hatched area shows the new school building that's currently under construction. The green hatched area that's shown adjacent to the building is where the new school playground and courts are going. The blue hatched area is where the proposed vault is going to go on the school property. The red lines that are shown there are the associated pipe improvements that are going in with that project. Some other things to note here are the Westover Market area, which experienced heavy flooding during the July 8th, 2019 storm event, is located just south of the school site. And then Parkhurst Park is located just north of the school site. And then the old Westover Library site is located east of the school site, and that's shown in the green there. Next slide. This slide shows a further zoomed in area of the school, Reed School site again. And just to orient everyone from the previous slide, North Lexington is shown on the right of the page there, and 18th Street North is shown on the bottom. The school site is currently under construction, as most people know. And in order for APS to open that school next fall, construction needs to be completed roughly around summertime, and this will allow APS to have furniture and equipment moved in over the summer and then open in time for the fall school season. Because of this tight schedule, we've divided the project up into two phases. The first phase of the project is shown in red revision cloud area there, and That's basically consists of stormwater pipes and structures. The red clouded area at the top of this slide shows the diversion structure, which will allow stormwater to enter into the vault. And then the red clouded area at the bottom is what allows the stormwater to exit the vault at a controlled release rate. The blue dashed line is what represents the underground detention vault. Next slide, please. So just briefly to talk about what do we get with this large detention at Reed. Overall, in the Torreson Run watershed, we need approximately 635,000 cubic feet of detention, along with other piping improvements to address the 10-year storm event. The large vault that's currently proposed at Reed School site is practically as large as we can make it within the given area, and will provide 540,000 cubic feet of detention. This will represent 85% of the detention that's needed in the Torreson Run watershed to address the 10-year storm event, and provide significant relief for the 10-year storm. The larger facility also avoids the need to implement several more invasive projects in the watershed, and follow-on work will be needed to fully address the 10-year storm in the watershed, and then overland relief and private investments will be needed to address larger storm events. So some of these other projects that we're able to avoid by doing a large detention facility on the Reed School site, that's the text here. But I would like to go to the next sheet to just next slide to kind of just point them out visually. So can you go to the next slide, please? This is a more zoomed out version of the Torreson Run watershed. Reed Elementary is right in the middle of the slide here. Overall, we needed several additional detention facilities, which are shown in the red circles there. And we're able to avoid these by having a larger detention facility at Reed. Same with the green. The green circle basically shows some piping improvements that we would have needed, but by having this larger detention facility at Reed, we're able to avoid some of these changes. And of course, with some of these offsite improvements that would have been needed had we not gotten this large detention facility, we would have had some significant tree impacts. We were estimating some of those might have included a couple of champion trees. Of course, more impacts to the public, more disruptions. We would have likely needed some easements and private property acquisitions to be able to address those. So this represents a significant benefit. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we're dividing the project into two phases so APS can move furniture and equipment into the school site over the summer and be able to open the school in the fall of 2021. The phase one design is currently underway and 100% designs are nearly complete. We're expecting the construction of phase one to begin early in January and complete in summer of 2021. We are simultaneously working with schools on the phase two design documents, and the construction of phase two of the project is expected to take around 9 to 12 months. The phase one cost estimate for design and construction is currently $1.54 million. And while the overall project is expected to cost around $14 to $16 million for design and construction. Next slide, please. Some of the issues that we're trying to manage on this project include trying to minimize the impacts to trees as much as possible and working in a way so we don't impact the school opening date in September of 2021. When the school does open in the fall of 2021, the fields will not be available until the underground detention vaults are constructed. And however, the newly constructed school playgrounds, the old Westover Library site and the Parkhurst Park are available in case those need to be used. There will be significant impact during construction. We have to recognize that because it is a pretty large facility, especially during the phase two of the work, when a pretty significant amount of excavation will be required. So there will be heavy truck traffic. The project has received strong community and business support, including the 4 civic associations, CivFed, and the Stormwater Committee. Next slide, please. And I'll end the presentation again by reminding us of the requested board action. We are asking the board to authorize the county manager to sign the phase 1 funding memorandum and approve the transfer of $1.544 million to APS for design and construction of the phase 1. This action will allow us to keep the project on track and work within school's timeline to open Reed School next fall. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers?
Madam Chair, we have no speakers on this item.
Okay, fine. All right, well then the conversation, board members, is with us, and I'll actually entertain a motion to get us started. I think let's just do that and we can keep rolling. Mr. Karantonis, you ready? I thought you,
sure. Yes.
I'm seeing body language. If I'm wrong, somebody else, I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, I think it's an excellent action to move on. So I move to authorize the county manager to execute the attached funding agreement between Arlington County and APS, subject to legal review by the county attorney. And second, to authorize the fund transfer of $1,544,250 $94 to APS for design and construction of the stormwater infrastructure at Reed Elementary School, which I believe is what Ms. McBride showed as a phase 1.
Yeah. Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Moved and seconded. So, Mr. Karantonis, you want to start us off and speak to your motion?
I think that this is an excellent discovered that we had this opportunity there to build something that we had already planned to build in, as I understand it, in the CIP, but in different locations and with many more complications. So basically for approximately the same price, we can have that in one place. We can put a significant piece of infrastructure, probably also a little bit more of capacity there. And finally, I believe all of us remember with traumatic memories the situation at Westover in the famous storm, the storm of July 2019. I believe it was the 8th, where it flooded so bad that we were concerned that we would be losing this fantastic place in Westover. So I believe that this is the right way to collaborate with schools as well. Here we have an asset that we can use for the common good in that case and mitigate a very significant threat for our neighborhood and for the neighborhoods there.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments or questions from my other colleagues?
Sure.
Go ahead. Mr. DeFerranti beat you, Mr. Dorsey, by a split second. Go ahead. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate Mr. Karantonis focusing on the moment and the homeowners and the businesses. It's a long time. It feels like a long time ago, but July 8th, 2019 is still in, you can picture the videos of folks really suffering and struggling, and water coming through homes and also businesses. So that's a good focus. This is a great, all colleagues will remember how stormwater was such a big focus of all of ours. And perhaps this is sort of faith being realized, because the manager and Ms. McBride and all of the team have, this is a fantastic project to try and address a big challenge of ours. And lastly, I would say this is a great example of cooperation. I'm glad that there will be, we worked a little bit on space for the students to play next fall when the school opens while we're finishing the work. So this seems like other items we've had tonight. This is so good, and it's not controversial, but I do want to emphasize what a great step forward this is.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Agreed. I'll associate myself with the comments of Mr. Karantonis and Mr. DeFerranti, and thank you, Adil, for the presentation. This is also, I think, thanks goes to the community of engaged residents in the affected civic associations and in the homes abutting the area, who really pressed the urgency for us to consider solutions, which I think brought out the best in our staff work. And in this case, we've got one that just truly shows great public policy with different entities working together. And the great news is once this is done, it provides a little bit more peace of mind for the people who have lived through, let's face it, traumatic experiences when it comes to the devastation from flooding. Of course, we know the course of the world, and we know that this can't necessarily indemnify us against all scenarios, but that peace of mind is worth a lot. And I thank everyone for the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Yeah, I agree. The images of the cars floating down the streets, I'll never forget, but I didn't actually see them. It was going into Ayers hardware store down in the basement to see what had happened, and I will never forget. And I continue to say, I just think there were guardian angels that day that nobody died in that flood. It was just frightening. And I think as you point out, Mr. Dorsey, this isn't going to end. It doesn't mean no flooding, no problem, but it will make a big difference. And I personally, I'll sleep better at night. I don't know about you all, but every time I see a weather forecast for really heavy rains, I kind of go, I suspect our staff does as well. So this is a good start on a flood resilient Arlington. I had one question for staff, which is a little it's not really off topic. I kind of brought it up before when we were talking with our school board colleagues. This seems like such an incredible opportunity to educate people. I assume, and I'll just, I don't want to put more work on people's plates, but I know Ms. McBride is great at explaining things. If we could get kind of a cool webpage thing going, showing, how the progress is going and what's happening, I just think it would be, one, it would help people who are saying, what are all those trucks about, getting upset. I understand that's disruptive. And people can go and really see what's happening. I just think that would be a nice thing to do, an educational thing to do, and helpful for communicating with our public. And then maybe we can get a little group going, and we could include that incredible demolition in Roslo that I'm trying to find a way to kind of let people see. It was just amazing. Ms. McBride, I think your hand is up.
Yes, that's a great idea, and we're happy to steal it and incorporate it into our public engagement plan. That is going to launch in January. It's going to be fulsome. It is going to be lengthy, and it's going to be very, very accessible and responsive to the entire community. This is a great project. It's a great partnership. It is going to be disruptive, but the end result is going to be beneficial to the community in so many different ways. So there is a very, very significant outreach. As you know, we have been in pretty routine contact with the CAs in that area. Also, the CIFED has been a very good leader in this area. And in fact, we're meeting with the PTA tomorrow with schools, tomorrow night for the McKinley PTA.
Thank you. I know you and your staff have been great going out, not only to civic associations, but to private homes as well when this hit, and talking things through with people. Really appreciate all that good work. Looking forward to it. I'll look forward to the communications in this. I think it's pretty cool what we're doing. I'm excited about it. Thank you. All right, we need to vote, I think. I think we're ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DiFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I say aye as well. Motion passes 4-0. This is great. All right, we're on to our next item. Back to you, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you. Thanks to the staff. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Item 38 is adoption of the proposed amendment to the county's continuity of government ordinance regarding the temporary establishment or expansion of seating areas.
Okay, so Madam Chair, we have brought Team TOSA today to talk. And here to make the presentation is Kate Payne. I think this may be her first time in front of the board, but she is with Arlington Economic Development, assisted by Mark McCauley. Also, we have Anthony Fusarelli here from CPHD and Captain Greg Carl from our fire department. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Kate to start us off.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and County Board members. Again, my name is Kate Payne. I'm with Arlington Economic Development, and I am joined by Mark McCauley, also with Arlington Economic Development, and Anthony Fusarelli with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. We are here to provide an update on the status of TOSAs and present a proposed amendment to Arlington County's Continuity of Government Ordinance that would allow for the administrative approval of publicly accessible temporary outdoor seating areas. As you know, the county's Continuity of Government Ordinance has been the means through which Arlington considered and approved temporary outdoor seating areas for restaurants during COVID-19. Tonight's presentation comprises of two parts. First, we will provide an update on the status of TOSAs, particularly related to efforts on all sides to winterize these areas for colder months. And second, we will describe the proposed amendments before you tonight that would expand the TOSA program to publicly accessible areas not connected with a retail use. And with that, I'll pass it over to Anthony with the update.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, board members. Thank you, Kate. For the record, Anthony Fusarelli. And as you know, earlier this year, the county amended its Continuity of Government Ordinance in May and again in June to allow the county manager to establish a process to administratively provide temporary approvals of TOSAs for restaurants. Doing so allowed restaurants to take advantage of the state allowing dine-in service, but only occurring outdoors, as Virginia moved into phase 1 of the Forward Virginia Plan back in May. Even as indoor dining has reopened to a degree in phases 2 and 3 of the reopening plan, outdoor seating areas still play an important role for the restaurants and for the community. For restaurants, TOSAs are beneficial as they add more seats for customers in the face of indoor seating limits. Studies have also indicated generally lower risk of virus transmission outdoors, all else being equal. And surveys continue to suggest that consumer preferences trend towards eating outdoors over indoors during the pandemic. Since late spring, many Arlington restaurants have chosen to pursue TOSAs for their establishments. To date, per the statistics seen here, the county has received 120 TOSA applications, and we have processed and approved 93 to date. Collectively, these approvals have allowed for the temporary addition of more than 2,800 seats and 900 tables in outdoor dining areas of restaurants across Arlington. Given the benefits and popularity of TOSAs, in late summer, the county was looking ahead to the fall and winter and asking the following question. How can Arlington help extend patio season and allow restaurants to winterize their outdoor seating areas so they can continue to experience and extend some of the benefits of having TOSAs or outdoor dining more broadly? Staff acknowledged some key challenges tied to this question, including the difficulty of making outdoor dining enjoyable in winter months, managing COVID-19 transmission risk or other threats to public health and safety with these adaptive spaces, and the need to adhere to certain regulatory codes beyond the county's control. And so through an interdepartmental collaborative effort, by early October, the county published the Transitioning to Winter guidebook shown here and broadly distributed it to listservs including all Arlington businesses, including restaurants. The guidebook provides key information for establishments interested in potentially adding tents, heaters, or other elements, and other strategies to help winterize their outdoor spaces, including the processes to do so. And so just to touch briefly on a few highlights, here are some key points regarding potential use of tents for Arlington TOSAs. Fortunately, the county has the local authority to expand the TOSA program to allow the ability for tents to be part of temporary outdoor dining areas that are approved to streamline and simplify the process here. However, the county does not have the same flexibility when it comes to building codes and fire prevention codes. And so when discussing tents, there are a number of building code considerations that tend to apply. Specifically for tents, if they're over 900 square feet or hold over 50 people, they'll typically require a building permit from Inspection Services Division. However, if the tent's temporary, so if it's in place for less than 180 days per year, it could be considered temporary, and then it removes it from the building code implications and then places it squarely within the purview of the fire code. Aside from tents, temporary structures, those that are less than 120 square feet in size, are also accepted from the building code. But tents and/or temporary structures must abide by applicable provisions of the fire prevention code. Fortunately, Tents that do not involve cooking and that are less than 15,000 square feet in size are accepted from some important separation requirements, making it much more practical to situate tents in some of Arlington's more urban environments. The fire code also requires that tents cannot block exits, and so this is something the county is also looking out for when conducting inspections. Regarding heaters, it's important to stress that in addition to adhering to Virginia's statewide fire prevention code, any heating element for TOSAs must also be rated for commercial use and follow all manufacturers' guidelines for installation and operation. The guidebook covers two main types of heaters that we expect to be commonly used in TOSA environments. First, for liquid propane portable heaters, there are several key points to note here under the fire code. First, these types of heaters cannot be used under tents, canopies, or membrane structures. They also cannot be used or stored in prohibited locations, such as rooftops, loading decks, and parking garages, for example. And for these propane heaters, a fire prevention code permit is required, and those are issued by the Fire Prevention Office. The other type of heater commonly used in these areas include portable electric heaters. Here, when meeting required clearances and following manufacturers' guidelines, it is possible for these heaters to be used in conjunction with tents or canopies. Also, depending on the method of installation, electrical permits may be required from inspection services. Even though the county broadly distributed the guidebook in early October and conducted additional outreach, we are seeing a wide array of winterization solutions being implemented across the county, with varying degrees of adherence to applicable codes and the county's TOSA process. In some instances, tents and other temporary structures are being set up without first including it as part of the TOSA approval. In other instances, more serious safety concerns are being discovered where we find things such as propane heaters being used or stored beneath tents in violation of the fire code. And based in part of the samples shown here, there is certainly a strong interest among many restaurants taking steps to make their outdoor spaces more comfortable during the winter months. And so we simply have additional work to do to get them into proper review and approval processes. More importantly, make sure they're in adherence with codes to ensure these spaces are safe. So in closing on the status update, so how's the county addressing the situation overall? First, fire marshals are intently monitoring outdoor seating areas across the county to identify places where heaters and/or tents are being used without being documented beforehand. When discovering such instances, staff are informing the establishment of the issues, and especially ensuring that any safety issue is addressed immediately. As with TOSAs more broadly, the focus has also been on education. So in instances where restaurants maybe weren't aware of the county processes, we're providing that information to them and getting them into the process. Furthermore, the county is offering code consultations. The goal here is to help businesses identify potential winterization solutions that are actually achievable and implementable from a code and safety perspective before those businesses go ahead and invest resources on equipment that they may not be able to use in the end. And going forward, staff will continue these efforts in working toward a common goal of allowing restaurants to make outdoor seating areas more comfortable, but doing so safely and in ways that are code compliant. With that, I'll turn it back over to Kate to discuss the rest of the item.
Right. So the value of our public space cannot be understated, as it provides several health, social, economic, and environmental benefits for our residents, workers, and visitors to the county. These benefits are further amplified by the conditions created by the COVID-19 pandemic, as outdoor opportunities for recreation, leisure, and commerce uses are in greater demand. This amendment aims to respond to this increased demand for outdoor spaces by creating an administrative process that reviews enhancements to existing publicly accessible outdoor spaces in a timely fashion. The county has continually pursued temporary regulatory flexibility to address the challenges created by the COVID-19 restrictions and support businesses in the broader Arlington community, including pickup drop-off zones and temporary outdoor seating areas. This action reflects the need to address a missing piece of the puzzle, which is the enhancement of publicly accessible spaces that cannot be accommodated through the TOSA permit process because the use of the space is not related to one specific restaurant and it is intended for the space to remain fully accessible to the general public. The primary purpose of this proposed amendment is to address the first example you see here on the slide, the enhancement of spaces that are managed by a private entity but are publicly accessible through a permanent easement and often include existing seating areas but may seek enhancements to the existing current environment. In this case, the proposed administrative process allows for a more timely and flexible option for delivering this enhanced condition. Other potential opportunities may arise where new or enhanced seating elements are proposed on county-owned and managed properties by a third-party applicant, or even requests to temporarily utilize public sidewalks, curb spaces, and streets, which we will discuss in greater detail later in this presentation. These requests can utilize the administrative process to determine the seating and other elements, but other processes and review will be required to fully evaluate the proposal. Finally, it is important to note that these proposals are differentiated from special event proposals as publicly accessible TOSAs are intended to provide passive activation for a longer period of time. Proposals to enhance existing publicly accessible seating areas on existing plazas or open spaces managed by a private entity will follow an administrative process based upon general permit guidelines, which will be introduced on the next slide. An example of an enhancement would include winterization elements, such as tents, heaters, cabanas, and similar. These spaces will be managed and maintained by a private landowner, as they currently are, with public access provided through a public easement or other site plan or zoning designations. This amendment would not change these factors. However, this amendment would allow the county manager to establish an administrative process to temporarily enhance these spaces through consistently applied criteria through which applications can be reviewed. Proposals to establish publicly accessible temporary outdoor seating areas will follow an administrative process based on the following guidelines. First, the applicant will be fully responsible for the installation, maintenance, and removal of any new seating or winterization elements. There will be full public access and appropriate pedestrian clear paths. There shall be no impingement upon existing plaza or open space public elements that are inconsistent with proposed elements. Seating shall be socially distanced. All building codes and fire codes will apply to any structure or heating element. There shall be no direct commerce in designated areas unless otherwise allowed by the county, with direct commerce being defined as the privatization of a seating area by a single entity. We expect indirect commerce will be permitted, which will include commerce generated by food trucks, to-go orders from restaurants, or through existing vending ordinances. And finally, all approvals will be subject to ongoing review and may be terminated at any time. Proposals to establish new publicly accessible seating areas or enhance existing public access seating areas on property that is county-owned or controlled will follow the administrative process based on the general permit guidelines as previously reviewed. However, because these proposals in this category are located on county-owned or controlled property, an additional administrative use agreement that further clarifies the type and duration of use requested may be required. We do expect that some of the county's strategic partners, such as bids and partnerships, may be interested in pursuing these types of activities. This section references potential proposals to establish new publicly accessible seating areas on property that is county-owned or controlled and temporarily changes the nature of the property's primary use. An example of this type of publicly accessible temporary outdoor seating area, as well as indirect commerce, is the streetery activation in Bethesda. Non-arterial, double-sided retail corridors in Bethesda are closed to vehicular traffic. The Bethesda Urban Partnership worked with Montgomery County to create this arrangement. The Bethesda Streetery has open seating, meaning customers may use the tables and chairs after picking up food at a local restaurant, but since they are open to the public, a purchase is not required. There's no wait staff at the tables, and the Bethesda Urban Partnership manages the trash, maintenance, and frequent sanitation of the tables. These proposals will follow the administrative process based on the general permit guidelines as previously reviewed, and may also require an administrative use agreement. Additionally, because these proposals temporarily change the nature of the property's primary intended use, such as limited or full modification to or closure of streets, curb spaces and parking lanes, and sidewalks, an analysis of the impact of this change may be necessary. The administrative process would provide the intake mechanism for reviewing and evaluating these types of proposals, most critically providing the level of specificity of a request that allows for full consideration. It is important to note that Arlington streets serve multiple critical purposes, such as public safety access, general traffic flow, transit service, pedestrian and bicycle routes, pickup and drop-off areas, and parking and loading services to buildings, among many others. And therefore, the vast majority of Arlington streets are difficult and costly to modify or fully close. We do not expect many examples where limited or full street closures will be feasible, particularly along arterial streets, but wanted to include a reference to this type of activity to allow staff to review specific examples where some level of street closure could be safely and effectively accommodated. We have presented this proposed amendment to our business improvement districts, partnerships, and the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, who all favor actions that support businesses and communities, including temporary increased regulatory flexibility and timely review processes. To conclude, the county manager recommends adoption of the proposed amendment to the Arlington County Continuity of Government Ordinance associated with the COVID-19 pandemic to authorize the temporary establishment or expansion of seating areas that are located on property that is privately or publicly owned and controlled and are not already included as a part of the operations of a retail business, including the elements associated with utilization of such seating areas during all seasons and weather conditions, such as tents, canopies, and heating elements. With that, that concludes my presentation, and my colleagues, Anthony, Mark, Greg, and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Nice to meet you virtually.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you. All right, we probably have some questions, but we may have some speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers tonight on this item?
Yes, we do. We have one speaker.
Okay.
Scott Pedowitz.
Okay, Mr. Pedowitz from the Chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. As noted, I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. And as Ms. Payne just said, the Chamber supports the proposed amendments to the Continuity of Government Ordinance, and we encourage their adoption. The proposed changes will build on the Temporary Outdoor Seating Area, or TOSA program, which has been widely regarded as amongst Arlington's most successful responses to the pandemic's impacts. Providing for winterization should help restaurants continue to serve their customers more comfortably during the colder months. Expanding the provisions to allow property owners and community groups, such as our bids and partnerships, to establish TOSAs can provide further support and help these organizations bring their resources to serving the community. These are good additions to the policy. In fact, the Chamber encourages Arlington County to build even further on these amendments by allowing retail uses of these community TOSAs, or PTOSAs, as I think I saw in the presentation. Examples would include reserved seating and table service by nearby restaurants. Helping our restaurants expand the space in which they can serve customers and maintain distance will further the goals of the TOSA program, supporting our restaurants and our restaurant workforce. Similar setups have been successful in other localities as close to us as Washington, D.C., and Arlington should look to emulate their success. It occurs to me that these are the final remarks that I will make before this board in 2020, and I want to use my remaining time to compliment the TOSA program. And my compliments are not just for providing the space for diners, but for how Arlington County, professional staff and elected leaders alike, moved quickly and were guided by the opportunity to support, and were not inhibited by the fear of possible imperfections or unanticipated effects. And so I encourage carrying this spirit of the TOSA program to other Arlington County policymaking to support our whole community through the depths of the pandemic and to better times ahead. And with that, let me close by extending my and the Chamber's best wishes for a safe and joyous holiday season and a happy and healthy new year to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz, and best wishes to you all for the holiday as well. All right, colleagues, it's over to us, but we're doing well with getting the motion on the table right away. Would anyone like to make the motion for this particular item, and then we'll have discussion? All right, Mr. Dorsey, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, I think it's my turn. So I will move that the county board adopt the proposed amendments attached to the staff report to the Arlington County Continuity of Government Ordinance to authorize the temporary establishment of expansion of seating areas that are located on property that is privately or publicly owned or controlled and are not already included as part of the operation of a retail business, including the elements associated with the utilization of such seating areas during all seasons and weather conditions, such as tents, canopies, and eating elements.
Second?
Second.
Done. That's fine. All right. Mr. Dorsey, do you want to speak to your motion or ask questions? Whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to start off with just a round of questions.
Sure.
I have had occasion to experience in the district the successful utilization of this concept, but also allowing for retail uses to occur therein. Can staff just go into a little bit more of some of the reasons why this was discarded as an option at this time?
Kate, this is Mark McCauley. I'm Mark Schwartz. Do you want me to? Yeah,
no,
I can.
No. I was about to nominate you, Mr. McCauley. So go right ahead.
Thank you. It's better to volunteer than be nominated. No, I think we consider all options. I think the really guiding principle of this was looking at public spaces and maintaining their public accessibility. We thought the TOSAs provided the opportunity for restaurants to temporarily privatize things that otherwise were public spaces for the benefit of not only themselves, but also the community as a whole. But in these areas, we really wanted to strike the balance between providing further opportunity for not only businesses, but also the community. So we weren't cordoning off public spaces to folks who just wanted to sit there to enjoy the day, to read a book, to maybe get something to eat to go, but also not have to feel like they were in a restaurant. Those were generally the parameters. That doesn't mean that the ideas in other areas aren't worth considering. I think it's just this was limited to that general guideline.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we got most of it. I will say that as we continue to sort of evolve and consider new ideas, this is one that I am interested in, recognizing that there are probably limited places where this could be feasible while not diminishing public access. But I have seen it in a few isolated examples, and it seems to work well. And I would hate for us to not be able to do it because we don't have the necessary allowances. But it seems like we are open to pursuing it on a case-by-case basis, which is good enough for me at this point in time. This is certainly a step forward. Appreciate hearing Mr. Pedowitz's comments. I echo them and am proud of the work that staff has done in being responsive to the business community and trying to help them and support them as much as possible through this.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to sort of second the line of questioning that Mr. Dorsey was headed down with the retail uses in certain areas. And so as staff kind of follows up. Wanted to mention that. And then I had a conversation over the past week with our Economic Development Commission, and just want to look ahead to, without getting ahead of ourselves, but look ahead towards the spring when, I think that you were looking at, I think Ms. Payne, you said you all were looking at winterization in July or August. Either you or Mr. Fusarelli said that. And do one of you, the two of you, or the manager or Mr. McCauley, want to speak a little bit to, is there a group that's thinking about how to maximize our sort of spirit of PTOSAs, is what Mr. Pedowitz said, in April or March and April? As things get warmer, there will be hopefully there will be some natural benefits, but is there a group that's working within AED to work on that?
I think I see Mr. Fusarelli's hand up.
Yes, good evening. Not necessarily providing the AED perspective, but I would say, and then my colleagues in AED could add, is that I think it was not more than several weeks ago where we had a conversation internally about some of the feedback that was coming back to us from a variety of businesses, or additional questions or suggestions to consider. And when you marry that with some of the experiences we've had from a staff perspective, requests that have come forward, but maybe we haven't necessarily been able to address the way businesses would want us to, we have discussed the need to conduct kind of a mid-course review, if you would. And so hopefully once we maybe get a little further along in terms of following through with the tents and heaters environment, that we will conduct that internal conversation, maybe kind of reach back out to get additional thoughts. But I think as we go towards the spring, we can, take another look at the TOSA program as it currently exists and consider whether there's any adjustments, refinements, or revisions that would be good to make as we head into the warmer months.
Great, thank you. I don't know if there's AED, but thoughts on that.
Mr. Schwartz coming on. I was going to take Chair's prerogative and ask a follow-up, but go ahead, Mr. Schwartz. You had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, so I know I'm familiar with this from working on budgets, where you sometimes find yourself in 3 time periods exactly at the exact same moment, which I'll call before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic. And I think that one of the things, and you will hear a lot about this in the budget, is, are there lessons learned during the pandemic? Could we actually end up with TOSAs forever? I mean, there's a shocking concept, but something that we're giving some thought to. I think that's part of where maybe the question was coming from. So not only will we do a mid-course correction for improving the pandemic approach, but I think there is some promise that TOSAs we may need to drop the T on TOSA.
Put in a T, it'll be POSA, right?
Yeah, it could be a POSA. I don't know, but we'll see.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And actually, I was going to ask our attorney, if I might, because we're doing this under the governor's emergency order. I believe that's how we're able to do this. Is that correct, Mr. McIsaac? And when the emergency is lifted, which it looks like that's going to happen one day, does this all go away instantly? I believe we have a grace period. Could you remind me and probably everybody else a little bit about what we're, how this is all kind of going to unwind, I guess, and what we'll need to do as a time frame for making decisions about whether to make something permanent or not?
Sure, Madam Chair. These were adopted not under the emergency of the governor, but they were adopted under our own enabling authority that allows us to adopt continuity of operations orders during an emergency, whether that's locally declared or declared by the state. Those ordinances can remain in place up to 6 months after the end of the emergency. So you are right that at some point after the emergency is declared over, and whether the board avails itself of the full 6 months or whether it chooses to terminate the continuity of operations ordinance earlier, in order to keep this going, you would have to codify it as a separate ordinance, probably in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, but we'd have at least 6 months, and we'll probably see when this is coming up. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and certainly, yeah, there's nothing unique about these things where you wouldn't be able to have them as a regular part of the landscape if you chose to.
If we chose to. Okay, that I wasn't clear on. Thank you. All right, Mr. Karantonis, your hand's been up. You've been waiting patiently.
Yes, and actually, both Mr. Dorsey and Mr. DeFerranti have covered what I wanted to say, and also the county managers, because yes, the future of TOSAs is an intriguing thought, since we know now that they are really very well accepted, very well received by the general public. I believe that businesses have discovered a whole new dimension of work in this enhanced environment. And I believe that for the most part, they're working very, very well. And I'm actually very happy and thankful for this enhancement that we have in front of us today. And I will support the motion, of course. I just wanted to add one dimension to that. I find exciting opportunities for our business improvement districts to engage, to think, in an innovative way, where these, public spaces are, how best we can make they can be, recruited to help the businesses right now, but also enhance the public realm. And that also expands to our smaller urban alliances, the Highway Alliance, the Clarendon Alliance, the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization. I think it will, because they don't have, the same capacity as the business improvement districts. I do believe that that AED has a task here to support them in making the best in their areas out of these enhanced capabilities right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this point? I'll have a question. So I think in the presentation, I think it was Ms. Payne's section, a number of restaurants, I mean, they've been moving forward gung-ho. It's great putting these things up, but not always getting the permits that they needed to. And I was wondering how many are we finding, that kind of go forward and then have to come back and ask, get their permitting, which is not too serious, but when they're actually doing something that it goes against public safety or fire code, that's a little more serious. And do we have very many moving forward with that, where we need to worry about public safety? And I assume we move pretty quickly when we discover those kinds of infractions, if you will. You're on mute, Mark.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, you had to do it at least once tonight.
I avoided the vestigial hand, but not the mute.
Okay.
I was going to ask Captain Carl, who is here from the fire department, to speak to that, because I know that he's been cruising around town trying to get a sense of those kinds of issues.
Thank you.
So good evening, everybody. Thank you. So the Fire Prevention Office has been out doing proactive education and enforcement. We've also trained our operations units for the hazards to look for, such as outdoor heaters and things that don't just look like they meet the code. We've instructed them to just take a picture, send it back to me. We'll evaluate it, see if they are definitely in the TOSA process. If they're not in the TOSA process, we reach out to them with the paperwork on how to get into the TOSA process, give them an educational piece on what they need to do to come up to code and be in the process. And so far, it's been going pretty well. We offer a proactive, ahead of time code consultation for all the businesses. They can provide me with the heater types they want to use, what their location is, and I work also with ISD, the Inspection Services Division, to, if it's going to go the electrical route, on making sure they get the proper permits and they talk to the right people in ISD. And that's been really seamless. We have had some people that have, rather than gone for the permission piece, they've come back and begged for forgiveness kind of thing. And we always get that whenever we have these types of things. But there haven't been many. And the ones that we have, we're working with them, helping them through the process to make sure that they get approved. and do everything to meet the fire code, the building code, and make sure that everyone in the county is safe.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for your work. I'm glad. I was sort of struck by the fact that even our own staff are going around with their cell phones, I think, and taking pictures and sending them back. All right. Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions or comments at this point? All right. Are we ready to vote? I see head nods. All right. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. I'm enjoying seeing all of these outdoor kind of things. It's kind of fun to see all the different solutions that different restaurants are coming up with. It's cool. Thank you. Let's see. I think we're on to our last item. Could you call the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 39, acceptance and appropriation of the Commonwealth of Municipal Utility Relief Funds money from the Coronavirus Relief Fund.
Thank you. I always like these accepting money ones. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure and honor to have Kevin Connolly make this presentation. And I think Michael Stewart is also, I don't know if Michael's here tonight, but we're going to rely on you, Mr. Connolly. Bring us home.
Righto. So I am absolutely delighted to be able to present this to you all tonight. So earlier this year, the governor identified $100 million in CARES funds for application to utility arrearages. So the intent is that these monies would be divvied up proportionately among all applicant utilities in the state. Utilities would then directly apply those funds to customer accounts for outstanding balances that have accrued so far during the pandemic. So that's to say balances for water and sewer services provided between March 1 and December 31st of this year. If accepted, we'll be obliged to take receipt of the award, qualify our customers consistent with the state's guidance, and return unexpended funds to the state by January 29. Back in November, we informed the state that we had approximately 800,000's worth of applicable delinquencies. And earlier in the month, I'm pleased to report that we received a provisional reward of slightly under $400,000, or in and around enough money to retire most of our delinquencies that are more than 60 days old. So once received, and again consistent with state guidance, we'll be receiving all of the applications, drawing down funds against our oldest debt first. This guidance mostly makes sense to us because we typically see the most economic hardship among our customers who haven't paid for a longer period of time versus those who may just be a couple of days late because they forgot to pay. Program guidance requires that we receive applications for each customer attesting to their very specific pandemic-related economic hardship before we can give them any money. Because we're obliged to return any of the unexpended funds to the state by January 29, we're planning to deliver some targeted communications to potentially eligible customers in the form of a letter mailer and then also by email for those folks for whom we have email addresses. For expediency, we're also building an online application that will be posted on our website, www.water.arlingtonva.us. And we're also planning to stand up a dedicated phone line for direct customer assistance. So for your general awareness, we still have about $800,000 worth of potentially eligible customer arrearages. A lot of our arrearages do come from our residential customers, who account for close to 60% of all outstanding balances. Our commercial customers, for whatever reason, typically do a good job of paying on time. Right now, we have a total of about 3,700 active accounts that are delinquent, and our commercial and multifamily customers only account for about 12% of that number. Something that's important to note is that all of our customers who are ineligible for this program and would like some sort of economic relief may be eligible for a pay arrangement. So if you're not familiar, those are the arrangements that we use to kind of spread out payments over installments in a way that's more manageable for our customers. If customers would like to advantage themselves of this program, all they need to do is give us a call at 703-228-5000, and we'll be happy to discuss their eligibility for this program. Recognizing that we are in peculiar but perilous times, we've also suspended the application of late charges, and we've extended a temporary moratorium on all customer disconnections until the public health emergency has subsided. Although it is a relatively small program, and it needs to be executed really quickly, we see a lot of good in this program and an opportunity to deliver some much needed holiday cheer to some of our needier customers. And we really do hope that you guys will lend your support for the program by approving this agenda item. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. This is a nice item to end and go into the holiday season on. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Sorry about that. No, we do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay, all right. All right, everybody's done a motion. I see Mr. DeFranti's hand up. Would you like to make the motion, please?
Sure. I'd like to move the county manager's recommendation that we authorize him or his designee to request and accept direct payment on behalf of Arlington County from the Commonwealth of $383,338 of revenues from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, that we also appropriate and allocate that same amount in CRF funding to the utilities fund, as noted in the staff report. And third, that we authorize the county manager to enter an agreement with the IDA in order to distribute the municipal utility relief funds in the form of credits to individual utility customers' accounts. Lastly, that we return and deappropriate any unexpended municipal utility relief funds to the Commonwealth on or before January 29th, 2021.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, and I'll just add that we hope we don't return any of those funds. Mr. DeFranti, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. Just this is how could you ever be against the chance to provide relief on utilities for folks, and just really appreciate the team who put in for the grant and the opportunity to, as you said well, Mr. Connolly, a little holiday cheer for folks who are struggling to pay at this time. While we won't, as you said, no one's, during the pandemic, no one's utilities in this regard are being terminated, but the chance to provide relief is a great one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I associate myself with the comments of Mr. DeFranti and yours. This is absolutely great news for this holidays. Just one question I have. So how do we make that as low or no red tape as possible, and we identify properly the people who really qualify for that?
That's an excellent question. So what we've attempted to do is streamline the application process as much as is possible. So we were kind of handed down template agreements and template documents from the state, which we've tried to, extract some of the unnecessary language out of and just make it as simple as is possible. It will be an online application so that folks will be able to just very seamlessly jump online, fill out their application, and we can begin processing almost immediately. We are hoping to also stand up a direct telephone line where folks will be able to actually give verbal attestations as well. And so our representatives acting as proxies will be able to fill out those forms for folks who need relief but may not have access to, a computer, get online, or what have you. That's pretty much the lightning round way to process a program like this. I don't know if we could make it much easier, but if you have any ideas, given that we're kind of flying the plane and building it at the same time, please pass those along to us.
Sure.
I will say having somebody that you can call and then they just fill it all out for you and ask you the right questions sounds pretty darn good to me. Thank you. That's great. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Connolly. The only thing I might suggest is you might want to think about a door-to-door strategy, because people are not accustomed to someone calling them wanting to offer to help. So maybe providing that might be something to look at. But that was not my question. very helpful that you gave us the breakdown of the number of delinquencies across residential and commercial. Can you give it to us by the amount of delinquency? So does it roughly correspond, or are we seeing the value of the commercial delinquencies make up a greater portion than their 12% or so of the number of delinquencies?
Yeah, so is the question by account type? Is the number greater for our commercial customers against our residential customers? And the answer is absolutely right. On average, we see our commercial customers having an arrearage of in and around $1,100, whereas our average residential delinquency is about $200.
Okay. So, all right. I am proud to support this. I can't imagine the alternative, but of course I'm happy to support it. This is terrific. And I wish you all good luck in reaching as many people as possible. Just a great way to end the year. It's wonderful.
All right. I think we're ready to vote. Yeah. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, is there any more business to come before the board?
No, there is not.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, this brings us to the end of our regular December meetings in 2020. Now, we have a work session next week on COVID, so don't forget that. And folks listening, we wish you all a happy holiday. Don't relax yet. Everybody wear your mask, keep your distancing, be really careful. The vaccine's on its way, but we've got to be really, really double down on being careful for the next several months. So celebrate, but do it very safely. All right. I think with that, I will just say we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.